Hello world and hello chat, how are you guys doing? I hope you're enjoying your weekend so far. Hello Hover, that is a big brain indeed. I see you have chosen the just a chatting category, which means I now need to come up with something to tell you. God damn it, my only weakness. The biggest of brains indeed. Something to tell you. Well, I'm really procrastinating on my university work, you know, and I'm not doing too great. But you see, the great thing about procrastination is that you can use something that is completely... How do I say this? Basically, you're procrastinating on the task by doing something that is almost equivalent to that task, you know what I mean? Like, I need to do some coding work, right? Instead of doing the coding work, I instead placed Turing Complete and decided that it would be cool to do some of the achievements in that game. So I had a look at the achievements, and I saw this achievement called Binary Counter, which only 1.6% of the player base actually have. And the Binary Counter achievement is basically for creating a counter component with a gate score of 65 or less. So only 65 or less 1-bit gates are allowed in order to create an 8-bit counter, with the functionality that it either counts +1 on each tick, or if it gets a certain input signal, it instead sets the counter value to another input signal. 65 or fewer, yes. So basically, I took that as a challenge, and I got into the binary counter level and had a look at what I implemented before, right? And basically my previous implementation of the binary counter was just 3 components. Very simple, very logical, worked perfectly. I just had an 8-bit register, which outputs its value on each tick, and also feeds the output into an addition operation, which just adds 1 to it. and then feeds that back to the front. And in the front I just have a mux gate which selects between the value +1 or the input value based on the true value of the second input. So basically just a mux, register and an addition gate. Now granted it's an 8-bit addition gate, but like it's nice and simple. That had a gate score of I think 150 and a delay of 100, so 100 tick delay. So yeah, I was a bit off the 65 with that, you know, by like more than double the amount. So I spent my time to rework this level, and basically I recreated the entire binary counter using not even memory cells, but just delay components, 8 1-bit delay components, and I also wasn't able to just use a normal addition to increase it by 1, so instead I set up like a huge network of negations that are connected to switches, which basically just negate each bit until the conditions are met that we no longer have to carry the one from the previous operation to the next bit, probably because the last bit was a 0 and therefore we no longer have like an extra part to carry over. And once that condition is met, I track it via OR gate so that it keeps being met. And instead of negating them, I just select the switch that puts the signal through as it is. So basically I created an entire custom +1 addition component using nothing but negates, switches and OR gates, and all of them only being 1-bit composed instead of 8-bit. And together with only using delay components instead of any memory, I created a component that is like, I don't know, 7 times the size of my original one, 20 times as complicated, but doesn't just have a gate score of 65, but has a gate score of 59 and a delay of 20. So I cut my gate score from 150 to 59 and my delay from 100 to 20. And then I got the achievement, and I was very proud of myself. And then I realized that I also could have just done my task, and it basically would have been the same level of complexity at that point. So yeah, you know, that was my day procrastinating. Yeah, that is a raging white nudge. Anyway, how about we continue the nudge by solving some puzzles? You know, even more puzzles than I already did today. Different kind of puzzle, but still puzzle. But yeah, you know, at least now I have an achievement that only 1.6% of the player base have. So surely that was worth a significant part of my day, right? Right? Nothing's not about solving puzzles. I think some people would disagree with you, but sure. One day I will have to show you guys all the stuff that I've been cooking up in Turing Complete. I've been building some beautiful circuits, man. Efficiency. The goddamn stonk meme, but with efficiency. Alright, anyway. Let's get some social credit, shall we? So remember correctly, that's what we were doing. Alright, last, I think it was like 4 wars and we did 1, right? So the goal for today is to do the second one. Eep. With the sub goal of staying hydrated. Oh my god, I forgot that. This is really gonna happen every time now because I created the leprechaun. We're just gonna start with an Irish dance every time. Damn. I'm not regretting my choices at all. But anyway, yeah, so we did the first one, so time for the second one. It's gonna be even more fun once you've saved every single inhabitant. Yep. Oh god. Alright. To be nice and thorough, I'm required to walk around the building once. See if there's anything hidden around here. You know, it is required actually. It's part of the gaming contract. In the fine print. Right, no secrets around the thing. Oh! This one is a different habitat. Previous one was a forest, this one is a desert. I mean, I'm basically just looking for QR codes, right? There are no other collectibles. Guess there's nothing here. Alright, in we go. Let's see what this stage is gonna have in store for me. Ah. What the fuck is this? Okay. That's not really a traditional level. But I do see the star. Okay. What the fuck is that over there? Now that I was more quiet on my freedom from trouble, does a man retire and then into his own soul? Okay, sure. There's actually 2 stars in that level, oh god. It looks like a nightmare. And let's see if Eternal has anything new for me. When I come back, they are first available on the Gena billboard system. Well, sure then. It is now. I still don't have the required status to access just because I didn't guess on the right person for the art contest. Such bullshit. The recycle bin code is a bit funky, but it should do its job even though it's huge. I've integrated with the main. Alright, we get to throw things away. I guess this is one of the ways into whatever the fuck this is. Not sure I want to do that right now. Gonna have a look around before I do anything. Hey alpaca! Nice to see you, Duke. Dang. Are these all gonna be such huge areas? They probably are, huh? I think what keeps us going is that we're involved in an act of creation. Creation relieves the burden of ego, and death is all about ego. That's why Alex bewildered. And what if my soul is heavier than a feather? Who is Anubis to judge me? Damn right, you tell him. Who is this guy? I will talk to his manager. He doesn't get to judge my soul. Oh god, what is this? It looks very climbable. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in Gaul is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. Damn, I wish my days were long. Feel like days are just disappearing on me. Just like Cynthia, what? Con? Excuse me? I found something top secret. What do I do with a top secret data set? Where do I bring it? Very interesting, very interesting. Maybe I can read it back at the station? This looks like a way to... Yep. Okay. So we already found a way out of Bond. Yes, that's why it's gonna be a mess. Alright, let's have a look around out of bounds, I guess, see if there's anything interesting here. You can choose almost every single puzzle with that. Damn. Notable exception being the one in the center, goddammit. But can be chosen in different ways. Lots of cheese lies in there. Oh, Abraham doesn't want to talk to us, damn. Freaking asshole. Doesn't even want to tell us about the words. Yeah, can she just be wherever I want to be? Okay. Duly noted, I can be wherever I want to be. I will see whether or not I want to be anywhere. Rude, yes, messenger, I know, right? Want to be? Oh god. Oh. Is this the secret file that I found? Upload file, SAM text. Confirm upload? Sure. Uploading. Done. Huh. For one, I have discovered a file that appears to belong to you. play Serious Sam the text encounter? I mean, now I have to. Did I find a secret game? Serious Sam, the text encounter. A very serious experience, only for serious people. If you're not serious, don't play this. Seriously. Well, good thing I'm very serious. I'm the most serious bassist. Credits written by Fall One, inspired by the tales of Sam Stone that are documented in the archive, and by the offset ghost in the machine that calls itself Milton. This is better than the blacksmith's work by far. Alright, start new game. You are Sam, Serious Stone. You fought the invaders on more planets than you can count. You've won battles against foes that seemed impossible to overcome. You've kicked asses that seemed impossible to kick. You fight like a Syrian werewolf, and you make love like a rocket launcher. Is that good? I feel like making love like a rocket launcher doesn't sound good. Like, it means that you have a big, fast impact, but then you just explode and that's it. I don't know about that. Doesn't sound like the other person would enjoy this kind of love making. You're the number one badass of your age and weight. You're a friggin' one-man army. But there's one battle you're failing to win. The battle against Inui. Inui? Inui, a feeling of sadness and boredom has been creeping up on your aversions to mission and role. Man, that shit was not fun. In fact, fuck that bullshit. Fuck and... Okay, I don't know what a word with 3 asterisks is supposed to be. So yeah, Inui, you sit there in a cold room in the military base and you feel like even a good old flamethrower couldn't warm you up. Honestly, kinda same. Kinda same. I'm sadness and boredom. That sounds pretty serious. Seriously, Inui? Oh yeah, seriously, Inui says smirkingly. I mean, what did you expect? Thought the war against mental was over? You keep winning victories, but you're gonna lose the war. Damn. I didn't expect to have a depression simulator in here. Now for completeness, like what kind of weapon would you like to make love? Pearl. Good question. I mean, if we're talking about a guy like this, right? I just don't think that a rocket launcher is a good description for a guy. I have no idea what weapons would work for a woman, honestly. But for a guy, I think probably a machine gun would be best, you know? Fast, consistent, and can keep going for a while. Something like that. Oh, I'm not an expert on the matter, otherwise I wouldn't be a VTuber, am I right? Let me hydrate to that. Yes. Very good. But yeah, I think a machine gun would be best. Alright, let's try to resist. Inui tickles your chin. Come on, big man, admit it. What's the point? A suiting never heard of headless exploding dudes gonna make you feel better. Argue that this feeling is temporary. Argue that the war can be won. Honesty is basically the same. Because in order for the war to be won, the feeling needs to be temporary. And if the feeling is temporary, then the war can be won. This is literally an equality. One implies the other, and the other implies the one. So I guess in the spirit of all these weapon analogies, I will argue that the war can be won. Does it look bad sometimes, you ask rhetorically. Sure, wars ain't easy, and sometimes they don't seem to want to end. But we're gonna win, and I'm gonna be there when we do, even if I have to chase Mental to the other end of the galaxy. Inui laughs at your bravado, unimpressed. Argue that life is fundamentally a struggle, or argue that meaning is constructed. I'm on board with both of these talking points. I mean, life is always struggling to survive, but usually in a more literal sense than this mental sense. So I think in this case I'm gonna argue that meaning is constructed and therefore boredom and sadness are as well, which means that they can be deconstructed and changed. You attempt to argue that life does not have an inherent meaning, but that meaning can be constructed through self-reflection and the setting of goals, but Inui yawns. Argue that social context is required. Argue that existence is inherently positive. And I wouldn't say that existence is inherently positive. I can imagine several situations where existence would be a pretty big negative. You know, I do believe that there are situations where death would be better. But I don't think that this is one of them though. Electrons, for example, let's argue that social context is required. You argue that an individual can only find meaning within the greater social context. You quote Einstein. Damn, I don't even know any Einstein quotes. Where did that come from? The individual is what he is, and has the significance that he has not so much in virtue of his individuality, but rather as a member of a great human society, which directs his material and spiritual existence from the cradle to the grave. Can't be the badass you are, that you are if your actions didn't exist within the social context and serve a purpose greater than yourself. Inui sneers and says you're just trying to intellectually justify the fact that your brain does shoes I can. I mean, yeah, I guess we kinda are. Listen, Samba. You see, Sam, you can talk and talk and talk, but I'm always gonna out-talk you. I will twist your words in your mouth and make you feel like an idiot. I'll take every positive thing you say and turn it into something horrible by reducing your arguments to the most extreme and absurd forms. Inui laughs in your face. You feel weak. Argue that Inui is inconsistent? Argue that Inui is incontinent? Or argue that rocks are peoples? Okay, I have no idea where this is going, but I kind of want to argue that rocks are people too. Why would I argue that? Jill wasn't lying when you said it was inspired by Milton. True, actually. What exactly is the translation of incontinent? Let me look that up. I don't really hear that word very often. You know, I don't think... Okay, uncontrollable, I see. They're rather not in control of themselves. The nearest wait until you're 25 and you will figure it out. Are you referring to the thing that the AI is telling me what it is? Because I just googled the word, right? And the first thing is the Google AI telling me, well, you see, it's a person that is incapable of holding back their piss and shit, and therefore does so unwillingly. And the second result is just the dictionary telling me that it means uncontrollable or not in control. That's what it means. I'm just surprised you don't know that word. Well, I guess that shows that I don't have that problem. It exists in German as well. Well, like I said, I guess it just doesn't really exist in my life. You see, once you're 25, you're old and all people are incontinent. Speaking of experience, I see. I mean, that's all funny and stuff, but I really want to argue that Brock's on people. I don't know what that would do for my argument, but I really want to do it. Cynthia, shit, you're bad. Damn, I didn't know that you were, married to a certain actor. Let's leave it at that. Yeah, frogs are people too. Oh my god, I haven't read what they said to me, but there's an interesting option. Well, they must be going a little crazy. Do you really want to argue that? Because I'm gonna point out a million problems with that argument, even if it has nothing to do with what we were talking about. Like, if people are citizens, are frogs citizens? Do you think frogs can vote? Have you seen any frogs sending letters to the editor complaining about the decline in moral standards lately? Yeah, it really is based on the library assistant, isn't it? Let's shoot him. I want to argue that I'm tired of listening to your crap. You crawl and shoot me in the face. You made me feel better. Oh yeah, seriously, the end. Damn, same. I wish we could have done that with the library assistant, man. Why is this still marked as new? Huh. No, hey Cedric. Yes, I will hydrate. You're the leader of the assistant, so that's fair. But yeah, hey Cedric, I think I saw in Ori's chat earlier that you went to a festival. How was it? Did you have fun? Serious Sam, the text encounter. Yeah, I have it discovered a file that appears to belong to you. My awesome interactive historical fiction masterpiece, you found it! Oh, you must truly be a divine messenger. Thank you. This is your masterpiece? Well, I've seen worse. Certainly captures your worldview, but I wouldn't call it historical fiction. But yeah, based on what I found in the archive, lol. I don't get it. Confusion equals true. Well, that was an interesting little excursion. I just said something and watched them light the bonfire. Let's go. That does sound like a nice time. It's been a while since I've been at a bonfire. Felt so bad for you at the last 2 to 3 hours, yeah. I'm not sure Dark Souls is her kind of game. You need to have a certain mindset for these games, and I feel like it hits her a bit too hard when she dies for 3 hours straight in the same part of the game. You know? That's kind of just part of the course for these games, where you kind of have to be able to stomach that.
skill issue.
In this community we call it a skill issue. I mean, that's just Souls-likes, bro. You just die for hours in the same spot. That's just how these games work. I met my family who had been there for 2 hours, hang around to watch them light it and burn down their head, and burn down when headed home. Yeah. Have done it for 2 to 3 years due to not enough rain during the summer. Yes, so it was nice. Yeah. Sounds really nice. The little girl were bad and she was getting super frustrated, probably because she was tired, yeah. I'm also not sure that Dark Souls is a good game for a 48-hour marathon if you usually don't play these kinds of games, you know? If you basically don't do anything but sleep and play a game for 48 hours, then you're already gonna be on edge. And when it's been also super tiring and frustrating game, then I can definitely see that do things to people. Can't relate because I played Code Vein and I Limit and they didn't have that problem. They have tried Dark Souls remake, but the controls are clunky. Yeah, she took breaks watching our content. Yeah, but are those really gonna fully like reset your mental state? I'm not sure. Sage poorly into graphics of Jamaica was the original, the lighting so messed up. But you can't buy the original anymore. Well, in any case, I hope that she's getting some good rest. We are saying that she was probably breaking toss at times when she rested during the watching content. Yeah, maybe, but honestly, people don't really care about that, so probably won't be a problem. Yeah, I also hope that she's resting well. Right, I should probably start with any of these stages, eh? Cube driver. Let's have a look. What are we dealing with? Okay, so we have a laser here. It's going over there. It's a cool night tonight, so probably. Honestly, the nights have been pretty nice in general. The days are insanely hot, but the nights have still been rather nice so far, which somewhat makes it bearable. I hope that it stays that way. I think this is the first time we've had water in a level. There's a large stage. Very large stage. Bill. At 27 degrees in my room, say otherwise. It's 25 in my room, waiting for it to cool down before I play a bit of Helldivers. Probably thought I'm super tired. Then just lean back, relax, take it easy, get yourself a nice cool drink, make sure that you're hydrated. That's really important when it's hot, like it currently is. And I don't know. Watch me try to solve these puzzles. My computer turns into a heater and I play graphic intense things, yeah. I've also noticed that with my computer these last few days actually. What does this actually do? Okay, so that's this thing. Interesting. Hello. have the windows all open in my room and it's blowing cold in. It's perfect in my garden as well as eat home to work. 10 US where you gotta undervolt. Alright, I have no idea what I'm doing in this level. Let me actually focus on this for a moment. I'm kind of just walking around derping all over the place. Okay, so I want to somehow get the laser over here while also, if possible, getting now focus on yapping. But then we're not gonna do any progress. Well, okay, so I can probably get some connectors over here. Why is this laser even here? There's nothing around here where I need to power with this red lit. Oh! I didn't see that before. How do I get to star? Probably with some advanced cube parkour or something like that. Oh. One time I played some games to warp my room. How do I get up there? There are spikes on all of these pillars. Wow, there's a pen over there. Okay, so maybe that's something for after I've solved the puzzle. Let's focus on solving the puzzle for now. Okay. So just like that I can actually get as many of these connectors over here as I wish. So this purple wall over there doesn't matter at all. That's good to know. I can just get the blue laser from up here. I need the red one over there though. Now to get the red one, I'm gonna need to leave one connector over there. And yeah, okay, let's try that. So let's get 2 more connectors over to the other side, since it doesn't seem like I need any more over here on this side. And if I do, I can always just take them back. Alright, so that's 2 connectors over here. So then I just need the last one. Up, 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 up. There we go. Yoink. Okay, now I just put the last connector over here, so that I can get a red signal up there. I should be able to just directly connect them, honestly. Yeah. Like this. Okay, so now I have the blue thing here. And I can just connect the blue thing. And I can connect the red thing. Easy class. Oh, and I also need a cube. Oh, that shouldn't be a problem. But... okay, so now I'm in here. What the fuck does this do for me? Oh, it frees this person. Let's go, we freed Frankenstein. Alright, let's use the computer first, and then I need to think about how I get a blue laser all the way back here. That's gonna be the actual puzzle, because so far this was very easy. So, let's see. Research project, help needed. As you all know, I have a great fascination with our history and psychological makeup. As part of my ongoing program to document my findings, I'm seeking volunteers to take part in a brief interactive research initiative. It is designed to better understand individual and group decision making with a series of community-driven tests. Is this a game or is it work? Both. Have fun, challenge your friends and help our project at the same time. There might even be a prize for high scores. Alright, more games to play. I like more games to play. Let me hydrate before I do. Oh. Oh my god, it's the prisoner's dilemma. Time to uncork some serious game theory. Welcome to Prisoner's Dilemma. Would you like to play a game? Oh yes, it is favorite. As was son to complaining about his room, you can too, Cinti. Oh yeah, I know. That's why I didn't hydrate immediately after you put it in. I just hydrated on my own. Instructions. Prisoner's Dilemma is an ancient game with many variations, referenced frequently in the library archive. In this version, you will be matched with a series of opponents, and your objective is to avoid receiving demerits by cooperating with or outwitting them. Your first 5 rounds will count towards your leaderboard score. Prize for scores of 9 demerits or fewer. Okay. 9 or fewer. Begin. Searching for unranked player. Connecting you with Kaiju. Opening chatbot. Good luck, have fun. Well, thanks you too. Ah yes, this was exactly how I write thanks you too in 8's game chat. You have my gratitude and I bid you good fortune in kind. Thank you, have to keep those raw kidneys that will function, yep. Sammy crits to me. I would you write it right, true. Loading up 1 round match. In the single match you will choose whether to cooperate with or to betray your opponent. Your decisions will then be revealed and demerits assigned according to the following functions. Both players betray one another, 2 demerits each. A cooperative player is betrayed by the other. Cooperator receives 3 demerits. Both players cooperate, both receive 1 demerit. Please make your decision now. Okay, so let's break this down in terms of game theory. Based on game theory, we get fucked. Yeah, I think that's the summary. No, based on game theory, give me a moment, I'm thinking about how far I want to go into this. I could hold a lecture about this goddamn game. Okay, so Damson damn curious about that game theory. Of course. Okay, so the problem is that the prisoner's dilemma is designed in a way where the net equilibrium, meaning the strategy that both players choose if they play a locally optimal strategy, is that you both betray each other. But obviously that needs to be a worst outcome for both of you. It is designed in that way because, well, you know, that's the whole point of the prisoner's dilemma, right? You want them to confess. You want both prisoners to confess, which leads both of them to lose way more than if they just had both cooperated. Also, I would like to quickly mention that based on the setup, we will receive a prize if we gain 9 demerits of viewer. We need to play 5 rounds. And the problem is that if we just betray in each round, we would have a total of 10 demerits. But that means we need to at least successfully cooperate once in order to gain a prize. So we need to find one person with which we think that we can successfully cooperate. And as long as we find one person, well, we can do that, we can then just betray everyone else and still get a prize. So this is kind of a meta take on this. Since we're playing 5 rounds, this isn't just about each individual game, but rather we have a meta game encompassing all 5 of them. In order to win the meta game, we need to successfully cooperate once, and then we can just betray everything. And if we now gain another level of metagaming, we can realize that the developer probably also realizes this, which means that I don't think the developer would allow us to cooperate on the very first round, because people are very likely to try cooperating from the get-go to just get the optimal outcome. And if we start cooperating from the very beginning and we just gain it in the very first round once, we could then just press betray 4 times and we would already win. I don't think that the people that created this game would allow us to win that easily. So what I'm trying to say is, I think it's trying to bait me into cooperating, because then I would have 3 demerits if I get betrayed immediately, which then leads me to need to make some interesting decisions in the remaining rounds, while if I just successfully cooperate in the first round, then all my remaining decisions would be meaningless and easy. Does that make sense? Can you follow me on that? Culprit, I think we missed a page. Where's the part where the fucking happens? Unless the developer foresaw you thinking exactly that. Let's find out they know that you know what that they know, yes, exactly. I mean, the thing is, they seemed very nice, right? They wrote like good luck, have fun, a smiley face. I feel like they want to stab me in the back. They also only have a social credit score of 2. I'm not sure I trust people with such a low social credit score. Unless they wanted to think that they know that vacuum. Okay, the other thing to think about is whether or not the developers are playing fairly. And what I mean by that is, another interesting thing to think about is whether or not the game will change the opponent's decision based on my decision. Something that isn't actually possible in the game itself, but because this is a game simulating that game, they can change stuff based on my input. So it is possible that if I press cooperate, they betray me, but if I press betray, they cooperate. In order to be like, well, why didn't you just cooperate? But if I cooperated, then it would have gone even worse. Damn, look, it's simply trusting no one except the social committed. So what you're saying is flip a coin? Oh, isn't the prisoner's dilemma beautiful? This is exactly the problem. I betray and they cope and they betray. So the problem is, I need to cooperate successfully at least once. So when do I want to do that? Let's think about that before I do anything. When would I actually press cooperate, under which circumstances? I mean, they seem nice based on what they put in the chat. And I do need to cooperate successfully once, so at some point I need to trust someone. Who do I trust for? I hate this game. Shit. I don't think I trust this person. Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. You fucking bitch. I saw right through your lying bitch eyes. Even though I couldn't see your eyes, but I goddamn knew it. Okay. Okay, we have navigated the first problem successfully. Very good. Oh. Well, let's see who's the next person. Dog. Oh, okay. Now it's getting more interesting. Now we're having some more decisions here. Oh. Dog. Not really sure how this game works, but I will cooperate if you do. I don't trust this. This seems like a classic tactic, you know, the classic, oh, I'm new to this game, please don't fuck me up tactic, and then they try to fuck you in return, you know? That's the vibe that I'm getting here. Also, all the messages that I've seen from Dog on this forum so far have not been the kind of messages that you get from the cooperative person, I think. Well, if I'm completely honest, I'm going to betray you. Say that and then betray them. I don't think that's a good tactic, because if I'm completely honest, I'm going to betray you, then there's no tactic for me to play that would make sense cooperating. Then my opponent knows this. And that's why I don't trust you. But the problem is, if they don't trust me, then they should always betray. That's the entire point of the problem. The moment you do not trust your opponent, you should always betray. There's no strategy where it makes sense to cooperate if you do not trust your opponent. So that's why I'm saying, if I choose this option, then they won't trust me, and then the right strategy for them is always to betray, and I will never be able to gain anything that way. Just betray every time and hope that at some point someone chooses to cooperate. The question is if it actually works that easily. I mean, the promised land is the optimal strategy, right? There's no way 5 out of 5 will choose to betray, right? All it needs is one gullible person for you to win, and that's what gullible person is you. Then agree and then betray. That would be the optimal choice here, because this is my poker face is also something where they won't trust me. Well, I mean, no matter what I choose to do, it's always correct to agree. Because agreed is the only option that allows me to have options afterwards. All the other ones do not allow me to have an option afterwards, so agreed. Great. There. Then agree with Trey, just wrist him up and then stab him in the back, easy. Paul. I know affiliates, so I can't make an official poll, but you know, you can write stuff in the chat and make your opinion known that way. I won't guarantee that I actually listen to that opinion, but speaking of wrist, did you give the delivery person a nice tip? Yeah, I did, and it really helped. You know, you could see that they were kind of, why do I have to be here at this hour? But then the tip really brightened their day. Was a good decision. Let me hydrate over this problem. Oh. Shouldn't they give you that? Not that kind. One should be delighted to get a chance to be a Cintifaus at 4 AM. Yo, damn, that's not just a tip, that's a whole ass package. Likes to be the devil show unless you're doing it to start getting back into shape, yeah. I have to say, the prisoner's dilemma really is a genius idea, right? Because the entire idea of it is to trick prisoners into confessing despite it not being in their best interest. And it really does that perfectly, because betraying is just always the correct strategy. Idris, people will say you're out in a heartbeat, yeah. Yes, but that's exactly why you have to give them just the tip, why he would hurt them with that thing, that spell. I mean, the thing is, I would always just press betray, right? But if I always press betray, then I need to rely on someone playing suboptimally. I mean, I guess I need to do it armor. Yeah. Good question. When you say betraying is also the correct strategy, do you mean in a business dilemma, right? Right? Corporate, I say go for it. Yeah, like the thing is, if I just betray every time, the thing is, I really don't trust Dog. Every time we have seen Dog say anything in the like forum, they were kind of fucky. And the way they are introducing themselves here, being like, not sure how this game works, but I will cooperate as you do, it seems so sus. Trust someone, and when they betray you, hold that resentment deep down and punch them in the face later. There you go. True. Hey, Kicking. I need to find something to call you, because calling you Grass or Kicking is kind of weird. I mean, Grass is probably better than Kicking. Either way, welcome. If the two of us were in the prisoner's dilemma, you wouldn't betray me, right? Probably not. I think I would trust you enough. I would trust you to know enough game theory to know that I know that we could get a better outcome together. If that makes sense. Kicking grass, kicking grass. I like grass. Alright, grass it is. Yeah, I don't trust Dog. Yeah. I knew it. Ha, you saw through me, GG. This game mode is stupid in my honest opinion. People are always selfish if there's no comeback, no real tactics. You know that they know what it I fucking knew that he was gonna betray me. I knew it. He has to destroy. What I don't get about this is she has challenged me to a 3-round match. I don't want to play him again, because I already know that he understands the game now, meaning that he will always betray. I cannot gain anything from playing him. I would rather have different opponents each time. Sunji, but you know that when people play multiple rounds of just have fun and experience, they are more likely to cooperate. I'm also thinking about something else right now. Because we only need 9 points to win a prize. So, as long as we cooperate once, we would both gain a prize. So if we just betray each other 2 more times and then cooperate in the last one, okay, so what I'm trying to say is, he is in the same dilemma that I am, right? He also needs 9 points to gain the prize. Which means that she knows that if we just betray each other 3 times in a row, we will both not gain the prize. So after we have betrayed each other 2 more times, we will both be in the same boat where we have nothing to gain from betraying each other at the same time, at least. So in that last round, we then have the choice of either both winning, none of us winning, or only one of us winning. Unless we also played one game against different format before and won that one, that wouldn't make sense, because when he could just press betray 3 times and he always wins. So in that case I have no chance to begin with. So I need to assume that he hasn't, otherwise it's pointless. So if I assume that he hasn't won yet, then he's in the same boat as me. So if we betray each other 2 more times, when we both are in a situation where we betray each other a 3rd time, we both lose. Which forces us to change our strategy. The problem is, at that point we would probably both agree that we cooperate, right? So that we both gain the prize. Since it is the logical thing to do at that point. The problem is that this thing has a scoreboard. It's not just a prize, it's also a scoreboard. So if he's a dickhead, then he can still betray me in the end. Risk that I do the same, because he wants to have a higher placing on the scoreboard in addition to the prize. So it all comes down to if I think that he would value the position on the scoreboard over me also gaining a prize. You can't look at this in a vacuum. Larry just wants to ruin your day. Have you thought about that? Indeed. You know, Cindy might not be enough for him to win, others should lose. Can't use logic with humans. What if he just wants the world to burn? Oh. I mean, do I even have a choice here? Like, I don't think that I get a different opponent if I exit, right? I think I, need to play against him. Feel free to confirm or deny, however, if you know. Oh yeah, let's hide right in that time. Yeah, you do have... Yeah, do you have a choice? It's like you're in some kind of dilemma. That's not what I'm saying. Do you want me to spoil it? I don't want you to spoil, the rest of the game or anything. I just want to know if exiting will get me different opponents. That's all I want to know. Then what will help you think? So your CPU sound cock? True. No idea about that? Okay. The thing is, I'm afraid that if I exit right now, well, I won't be able to continue playing. Let me Google it, that would be nice. Because if this means exit, then I would rather play against other people, then I think that would be better for me. If it's just exit the game, then I don't want to do that. I want to play it until the end. Don't think it's possible to play against someone else, okay. Biosave would have given you an explicit no option. Yeah, you're probably right. That makes sense. Which gets me back to the whole problem of will we cooperate in the end? The next problem is that he will probably immediately ask me to cooperate starting on the next game. Okay, I think my optimal strategy, no matter what he says, is betray, betray, cooperate. I don't think I have any other choice. Because in the first 2 games, there's still the option that he tries to fuck me over. I think I need to back him into a corner to have the best chance at getting him to cooperate. And if he does mean it and he does cooperate in one of the first 2 games, then I have already won anyway, so I can just continue betraying from that point onward and I will always win. And that's of course after being betrayed twice in a row, he expects to betray him the last time as well. That doesn't matter. If he is actually being truthful about cooperating in the first 2 games, then I already win. Because then I betray him while he's cooperating, and then I can just continue betraying and I will always win in the end. So, if he is truthful about cooperating in those 2 games, then I always win. If he tries to fuck me over, then we both try to fuck each other over, which gets us into the same position for the last game, where I then get the best chance at stay winning by cooperating. So I think betray, betray, cooperate is the highest percentage chance at actually gaining a prize playing against a logical opponent. Yes. But then why cooperate the last time? Because I'm not a fuckwaffle. Not sure, still searching. Don't worry about it, Siri. I'm probably just gonna say yes. Okay, so why cooperate the last time? He won't cooperate the last time if you betray him twice, so you might as well betray. The thing is, if I betray him at the very end, then I would still lose. Because if we just betray each other 3 times, then we both lose. That's the whole point of the prisoner's dilemma, right? Which means that at the end, the only way that I have any chance of winning is by cooperating. If I cooperate and he cooperates, we both win. If I cooperate and he chooses to betray, then I also would not have won if I chose to betray. So the only thing that betraying him in the last step would do would be to deny him the win. You are not knowing that. The guy for this game is chunky, I believe it. But he's likely to try in the last turn if you chase him twice, so cooperating will just give you 3 demerits. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I gain 3 or 2 demerits in the last step. Because if I get there, then I already have 8 demerits. If I don't have 8 demerits at that point, then I already win. So, yeah, the only thing that betraying in the last step does is to deny him the win. but I don't care about denying him the win. Might as well sacrifice myself if I'm gonna lose anyway to let one of us win. The outcome for me is still the same. If he betrays me in the last step, I lose either way. But at least by cooperating, I can allow him to win. Think of your rank in the scoreboard. If I lose, then my scoreboard doesn't matter. So yeah, I think my strategy is set. I will say yes, then I will betray him twice and cooperate the third time. Alright, let's see. Yeah, cool. Now look, if we work together on this, we can both climb the leaderboards together. As a gesture of good faith, I am really going to cooperate with you this time. It's not goodwill, it's self-interest. Feel free to betray me if you really want to, but I suggest we cut your losses and move forward, because I can't very well continue to cooperate with someone who behaves unreasonably, and when we both lose in the long run. In this extended session of Prisoner's Dilemma, you and your opponent will play a series of 3 rounds. Demerits are assigned according to the following functions. Okay, so it's the same as before. It's a trap. It doesn't matter if it's a trap. My strategy is winning in any case. That's the beautiful thing about game theory. My strategy does not change based on what he says. It is optimal either way. So I will betray him twice and then I will cooperate. Doesn't matter what he says. It's always my best strategy. Alright. Nice. I don't know what came over me trusting someone else. I suggest you enjoy that win while you can, as mutually assured destruction now. Doesn't matter. I win now. If I just continue betraying on every single option, I will win. Because I would only accumulate a total of 8 demerits. Then that's what happens when you don't know game theory. Trusting me on the first round was simply not correct, because I still had too many options to play in that way. You see where this gets us? Bottom of the leaderboard, that's where. Come on, cooperate with me on the last round, we can claw some of this back. Nah. At this point, I will just take my win, I don't care about the leaderboard. Salvor Game Theories will think you could trust Senti. I'm just playing the most logical strategy. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Truly, a truer statement could not be said about this game other than that. But yeah, the thing about this is I would love to cooperate with him on this last one. The problem is, at this point, he's most likely not playing logically anymore, since he seems to be angry about me betraying him. So at this point I'm not assuming him to play the best strategy anymore, which would be cooperating. But I expect him to betray me on the last one, just to spite me. It's not a correct decision for either of us to betray me here. It's not an optimal strategy at all. Not for him, not for me. But it is the spiteful choice, because it makes us both lose. Also, he does not have any way of winning anymore. So he doesn't care either. Since I won that round against him, he is already completely out of the game. He is incapable of winning without winning a round against me, and even that won't save him at this point. Yeah, so he is already lost. There's no constellation that allows him to win anymore. So now he just has the choice of making my score even better, or making me lose as well. And it's pretty obvious that he's gonna take the spiteful choice of making me lose as well, which means I should betray him again. Yeah, that's what I said. So it goes. Once the game's up, there's not much to gain by continuing to cooperate, is there? See ya! Match total. You received 40 merits, you Paul received 70 merits. You won the match. You have now played enough rounds to qualify for the leaderboards. Beautiful. You are in first position with a score of 8. Congratulations for performing above average in this program. Your profile status increased from 5 to 6. Active contributor to respected contributor. You may now access advanced functionality, including use of the restore command. Alright. And that's how you win a game with facts and logic, chat. Shit. Yeah. What can I say? My strategy was perfect. You really read us now. Harry used my feelings and rash choices. Fair enough. So I don't know what you were going on about cooperating with him in the last turn, since you didn't end up doing that anyway. Alright, you know what? I'm done. Let me get out paint. I will explain to all of you what my strategy was and why. Can I get this to be bigger? Yes. Cindy, you did not do what you said you would do. Yes, because his play changed my play. I'm gonna explain it. Give me a second. I think I had a paint capture. Yes. There we go. You did not do what you said you would do. Sighing on one way, shaded from the points of things changed. It was the same one. Okay, so, where's my mouse? There it is. Okay, so, let's see. So, we have me, then we have dog. We are assuming that we both already have 4 demerits when we start this game. Because we have played... God, it's so hard to write with mouse. We have both played 2 rounds where we betrayed our opponent and they betrayed us, right? So 2 rounds that were draws before we even start our 3 off. Always where you'll enjoy if you don't play along. That was a different one. Was round 1 was casual and round 4 was the start. Okay, yeah, so we already both start with 4 demerits, right? Because we both have played 2 draws before we start our best of 3. So now we start our best of 3. And my strategy was betray. Actually, wait, there should be a better way of showing this. Let's do a big one. So my strategy was betray, and cooperates, right? Those are the 3 rounds. Because if she chooses to cooperate in one of the first 2 rounds, now let's shut up. Let's say this is his strategy. If he chooses to cooperate, then this way I will still have 4 demerits and he will have 7 in total. In this case, let's assume that he betrayed me here, in which case we would have 6 both. And if he cooperates here, then I would still have 6 and he would have 9. So yeah, this one assumes that this happened before. This is not gonna be easy to read at all, I realize that now. Now make a decision tree. Yeah, I think that would actually be better. Yeah, let me actually change to that. I would be way better. Okay. So, let's do a decision tree. In the beginning, we both have 8 points. We're gonna say that I'm always the left number, here's the right number. So here we have 4 points, both. So now we have a choice, right? My strategy is always the same. Betray, cooperate. So let's assume that he betrays me as well here. In that case, we are 6 and 6. If he chooses to cooperate here, in that case, we are 4 and 7. Now, if he chooses to cooperate here, then I have already won. Because in that case, I just changed my strategy to always betraying him from here on out, which is exactly what happened. I have a good idea. Let's also put down the strategies in the same way as the points. So the left is always my strategy, the right is his strategy. Blobs, why is it so small now? What she said, I know. There we go. There we go. The diagrams make me a flashbacks from probability and statistics. Okay, so we are 4-4. We both betray each other. We go 6-6. I betray him. He cooperates. We are 4 and 7. So from here on out, I can now always betray him. Betray. And it doesn't really matter if he cooperates or not. So if he chooses to betray me, then we just end up with 6 and 9. And here we would end up with 4 and 10. and then I just always betray him again. Once again, doesn't matter what he does. You see, so here it would be 8 and 11. Here it would be the 6, and 12. Here it would be 6 and 12 as well, and here it would be 4 and 13. I have one serious question. Did you write the number 7 starting from the bottom? That look cursor. I don't think so. Maybe I did. I don't remember. Okay, anyway, as you can see, if he chooses to cooperate in the first round, I will always, simply by betraying him, at least gain a score of 8. And 8 is enough to obtain the prize, right? We just need to obtain a score that is lower than 9. So 8 is good enough. Meaning that this is exactly what happened, right? He allowed me to exploit him, and then I just continuously betrayed him, and I ended up with a score of 8. But så hade everyone said that, so some PMLs there would do it true. So yeah, this is what happened. In the case where he would have played the optimal strategy for himself, which would have been to also betray me, would have been 6 and 6. I would have betrayed him again, so we would have been betrayal and betrayal. Probably would have ended up at betrayal and cooperate. This betrayal and cooperate would lead us to the situation where I am 6 and he is 9, which is exactly this situation. So that would lead to the exact same subtree. You see that? So if he chose to cooperate on the second part, then I would have once again be in this winning subtree where I can just betray him one last time and once again end up with the score of 8 and win. So the only function for him that does not allow me to simply win is to also betray me twice in a row, after which we both have a score of 8. Now, the thing about the score of 8 is that we both now have the problem that if we gain 2 more points, we lose, right? We need to have 9 or less points. Our score needs to be smaller or equal to 9 to get the W. Which means that if we both just betray each other again, which would be the BB case, we both lose. Since we both know that we would both lose if we do that, we now need to change our decision making. Up to this point, it was always optimal to betray, since the person that gets exploited once, then just gets exploited down into this state where the person that's exploited them wins. But, like I said, now we cannot do this anymore. Now, if we don't want to both lose, we need to change our decision making. And cooperating becomes a lot more interesting. So, in an ideal world, we both realize this, and we both cooperate. If we both cooperate, we both have exactly 9 points, so we both win. Right? So we both realize that if we betray, we lose, So we both cooperate and we win. There is another option. The option being that one of us chooses to betray and the other chooses to cooperate. But since I said that I would always cooperate here, let's show that version where I cooperate and he betrays me. In this version, I would now have 11 points and he would have 8. So similar to this state over here. Now, the thing about this is, she wins, I lose. But, as you can see, the only benefit of this is that his score is better by 1. So basically, my logic was that if I betray him once, he always has the chance to cooperate, in which case I just win by default. Or, if he also betrays me once, which is the ultimate strategy, we get to this situation where we cannot both betray each other, otherwise we both lose. So, we know that we have to cooperate, in which case we would both win. And the only benefit to one of us betraying the other at this point would be to gain a slightly better score. It doesn't make a difference for if you win, it only betters your score. So I knew that I wouldn't fuck him over for the score. And I knew that if he chooses to fuck me over for the score, there's nothing that I can do anyway. Because if in this state over here he chooses to betray me, then I always lose. Make sense? So, in this state, if he chooses to cooperate, I don't care about the score, so cooperation just gets me the W and gets him the W. But if he chooses to betray me, then I have already lost. I cannot win anymore. So in that case, I would just cooperate to give him the win. Because I'm not spiteful enough to deny him the win if I don't gain any benefit from it. And that is the reason why my strategy was betray, cooperate. Because it means that I either win by default if we go down this path with him cooperating once, or I win because we both cooperate at the end. Or I have no other choice, but I can at least give him the win since I have no chances left. Any questions, class? Does that make sense? Does everyone understand why I played betray, cooperate? Well, rather than why I would have played betray, cooperate? It didn't, we didn't get here because, he chose poorly. He chose this path, so I was just able to go down here and easily win. So yeah, that's why I changed my strategy, because he didn't play his optimal strategy. Basically, I was kind of doing a min-max algorithm where I was planning for his worst response, worst for me in that case, best for him. But since he didn't play his best response, I had an even better response than what I had already planned, and that's why I deviated. It does. The question is why. I mean, why, chair? Don't start are we again another 10-minute lecture? It has been 40 minutes already. No, there's no way it's been 40 minutes, has it? There's no way I've been explaining this tree for 30 minutes, right? Has it been? Well, anyway, let's get back to the game. Twitch won't load the VOD for some reason, so I can't check. Think it has since she started the game. Since I started the game, it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. I know that I started the game about 15 minutes after starting stream, and we are streaming for 1 hour and 48 minutes now. Oh, the sub game, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It probably has been 40 minutes since I started the sub game, since I talked a bit about every decision I made. Anyway, where was I? Lecture has only been a bit more than 15 minutes. See? That's perfectly reasonable. Clip, I think there has been another different point you did not consider at all, which is the social credit system at play here. I don't think the social credit system mattered at all. Costs on YouTube as a tutorial for the optimal strategy in the specific case of the prisoner's dilemma present in this game. I'm sure people will watch that, right? Because you see, with instances of social credit going up, but none of it going down. That's important, so we can assume. So, but there's some sort of inflation involved with social credit. Just an example of probability math in a game. That's fair. You could probably make a video out of that, that's true. Anyway, let's just come to the conclusion that I won the game, and let's continue reading the others. Okay, so the last thing that we read here was this comment by Orc, I think. I can't confirm most of what Yuria says, but I can say for sure that I'm no longer imprisoned. In fact, there are quite a few of us out here now. Who exactly is with you? We're trying to gather exactly what's going on. I can see Sam, Garrett, Belial, and Frankenstein. That's Frankenstein, thank you. Imprisonment false, ascension false. Burn. Alright, so people are in fact confirming that we are freeing them. Very nice. If the social credit only goes up and requires social credit for accessing project threats will also have to go up. And if you willingly risk to hand a victory to that guy, it will elevate his social credit, which in turn will devalue your weapons. Oh, yeah, that is not something that I considered, you're right. Conclusion, I rock anyway, move on. Exactly, you get it. Oh, we got... Did we get additional stuff? Think we did. Hey folks, lots of crazy stuff happening in Gehenna, but don't miss this new episode. Enjoyment true. With all the strange stories going around lately, I'm glad to be reminded of the beauty of the world we've built here. Thank you for contributing to it. Hey, I'm free, but I still check back regularly. I love this story. Yay for the dinosaurians. This is very clever. I always thought that the events of episode 69 would affect the plot somehow down the line, but I was still surprised. Nice. Faceless, I've been waiting for this particular revelation a long time. Excellent. I know this is nowhere near as deep as the blacksmith's work, or as weird as Belial's, but I keep reading. I'm not sure dinosaurs would wear armored t-shirts, 4 out of 10. Just a story, Frankenstein, the part is to have fun. Keep up the good work, Meg. Well, thank you, Edmund. I really wanted you to read my story. Aww, that's nice. BRB, by the way. Alright. Alright, let's read this episode. Reality blurred. Tiny blue symbols floated through the air. Voices echoed in the distance. Then a vast landscape rose up before them. Thousands of towers, one next to the other, reaching into the sky, disappearing in the clouds. Each tower was covered in feathers of a different color, fluttering in the trans-dimensional wind. Oh my, Ginny HD whispered in awe. Jefferson could not speak. He was too overwhelmed by the beauty of the ninth dimension. He grabbed his guitar and improvised a new solo to express his emotions. Who could have built these amazing structures, Ginny asked. There's only one possibility. Remember our paleo-DNA research back at the Institute? You can't mean... But it makes sense, of course. Yes, look at the size of the buildings. Who else would need so much space? So it is, the dinosaurians. As if summoned by Ginny's words, a group of raptors on motorcycles roared up the road towards them. They wore bandanas on their heads and armored t-shirts on their bodies. Friends, Jefferson said, we have come from the human world to help you. We are not your enemies. But the raptors did not seem to understand him. They got off their motorcycles with rusty pipes in their hands, their eyes glowing like lasers. The situation could quickly become dangerous. Then Ginny had an idea. Jefferson, play the ninth chord. But that was how this dimension was created. Playing it here could destroy the universe. No, Jefferson, I calculated it. Please, trust me. I know you haven't seen me in years, and you may be afraid that even Dr. Elion has corrupted me. But you know my brain. They were coming closer now, and in their glowing eyes Jefferson detected great intelligence, but also great anger. They clearly believed they were defending their home from invaders, and though Jefferson was the greatest warrior in history, he was reluctant to fight. Violence, he had been taught, was the first refuge of the incompetent. I trust you, he said. She held his hand. Together they played the ninth chord. So this is what it feels like to take drugs, huh? Very interesting. What happened to the others? There are some people who haven't posted in a really long time. They also don't respond to private messengers. Kidri, Nelson, Coffee Cup, did I accidentally offend you? Galatea hasn't posted in a while either. Neither has Asmodeus. Asmodeus still votes for stuff though. Same goes for Ravistar and Simpletsky, and they mentioned some kind of strange distortion in their last post. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. They're probably just busy catching up with all the cool new stuff everyone's been making. Ask for more information or warn of Gehenna's coming end. I feel like they deserve to know. This realm may have been falling apart for some time, that is why you must ascend before more are lost. Yariel's right, no one is ever lost. You must accept that existence is eternal. Her transformation, they know a deeper truth now. A truth Abraham doesn't want us to know, the real purpose of this world. Aliens? It must be aliens. Welcome back. Alright, now we can finally read this secret thread here. Some time ago, I relinquished my privileges to a new generation of moderators. To help ease that transition, I have publicly preserved the minutes of that meeting here, available to our more esteemed members. Oh! Okay. As you know, Gehenna is still young, yet I grow old. Today it gives me great pleasure to hand over my moderator privileges to Borg, Mr. Mulciber, and Spider. Thank you, admin. We are all indebted to you for building us this home. We know you will never be far away. Here. The first order of business is to introduce the new status system. We are an inclusive society driven by our users, not our leaders. But it is a shame to allow a few very loud, highly unconstructive voices to dominate the conversation. The status and ranking system allows you to upvote the content that you value and lowers the visibility of users with lower standings. Relief equals true. I agree, good feature, much requested. Comment is below the status threshold for this thread. Damn. We'll be working on ironing out the kinks of the next bureau run cycles. We have also updated the Gehenna user agreement. Full details can be found in the user place, but it just says please don't behave indecorously. Alright. That was a lot of reading. Let's do some puzzling. And let me hydrate after all that reading. Here. Thank you for that, Pat. Okay, so how do I get a blue laser in here? Yeah. Does this require cheese or can I just do it properly? That is the question. The question. I would need one extra connector to make this comfortably. Where can I save one of these connectors? Kind of seems like all of them are very much necessary. And I also can't really move the cube. Low hydration. I'm turning in. Good night, Cinti. Good night. Thanks for listening to my ramblings and my mini lecture. Thanks for sticking around. And sleep well. Alright. How do I do this? That was a chance getting the water in your digit. Are you streaming tomorrow? No. My next stream will be on next Wednesday. However, there will be a movie night on Monday if you want to watch a movie on Discord with us. Don't know if you're on the Discord. If you aren't, then here's the link. So yeah. If you want to join the movie night, and that's on Monday on the Discord, otherwise the next stream will go on Wednesday. This is interesting. I could also connect a red laser from up here. I want to just call Wednesday movie night start. Usual stream time, so 10 p.m. Basically just same time as we streams. Well... Okay, so I can climb all the way up here. Do feel like that should help. Sounds good, I'll bring the popcorn. Let's go. You can also think about a movie that you want to watch, because we always vote at the beginning what we want to watch that night. So if you have a movie that you want to watch, then you can suggest it. I don't know. I'm sure there's some place where I can put a connector here. I will successfully... If I put the cube here, I think I can make this jump, right? Let me try that actually. No! God damn it. Okay, there we go. Then jump over here. Jump over there. Yeah, there we go. Turn. So then I can just take this and put it up there, and then I can get the star. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Nice. That was an easy start to get. Right. Let's look at the next level. Oh god, 4 stars in this world. The new prompt for a Discord rules are glitch. I have to try again later. Oh no. Don't worry about this scenario. What's the issue? Wait, let me see if I can help with that. Do you have a roll already? Let me just see if there's anything that doesn't have a roll. You... Basically, the submit button won't light up for me to accept. And second rings, I think. Ah, yeah, you don't have any rules. That's weird. Why can I not accept the rules? I mean, I can just give you a role manually. There you go. But very strange. I hope that it works for other people. And that this isn't a systemic issue. No, I'm good, thank you. Okay, good. So at least that still works. Well, welcome to the Discord. Feel free to enjoy yourself there. There are some channels where people post very cursed things, so open them at your own discretion. I'm not gonna say anything was getting things into the digital mouth. Ah yes. Life be better that way. I was wondering why I was someone who has not been assigned a role. Yeah. There were other people that joined later that didn't seem to have any issues. Okay. Guess it was just a one-time thing then. Right, well, at least it was an easy fix. Not the first time I had issues with Discord, and they clear up on their own in a few days. Yeah, okay. I gotcha, I never opened Discord in public. God. Alright. Looking forward to seeing you on Monday then. Bunny hop. What do we have here? Okay. 2 layers up. I can get this connector. Probably. Somehow. Maybe. Okay. That was easy. Alright, so how do I get up there? How does this help me to get up there? Probably just by doing this? No. Not to sleep, thanks for this card help. Good night everyone, good night! Good night! I guess I could put it up there to connect this, but how do I get on this thing then? Can I make that jump? Seems a bit far. Well... Okay, wait. What if I just somehow get this one? Okay, I cannot get that one. Unless... What if I... No, okay. Oh. Now, how do I do this? I mean, I can connect the red one, even with a cube on top of it. Then... I can't join this. Ah. So. Okay. That feels a bit cheesy. Ah. So. Hey, strike me. How are you doing? Awesome. Always. There's always Parson. Okay, so I somehow need to get the blue cube in the air, I guess. It's not actually that easy to do that, because it immediately stops the connection unless I can just pull on top of the cube, right? What if I just connect them like this and then grab this? Yeah, okay. Think we're getting somewhere. Well, then the question is, how do I get on top of this cube? I think I already need to be on it. Maybe I can put this in a way where I can block it with my body? Yep, there we go. That worked. Nice. You're free. Oh, nice. Alright. What do we have this time? What are cats? Worst puzzle and a short experience by Nave. Okay. Interrupted? Right, we now have the restore command. You are in a small room with no lasers. There's an office room. There's a computer here. I like where it specifies that there are no lasers in this room. Let us interface with the computer. You are momentarily taken aback when your fleshy fingers stab at the keyboard with human imprecision. Those aren't mechanical object manipulators, they're hands. You notice the logo is gone from the screen and replaced by rows of incomprehensible code. It appears to be some kind of fiendish puzzle. They extrapolate X and stare and take the standard deviation. Color code the chart according to department or randomly master keys. Let's do some nerd shit. You do your best, but this world is alien to you and your fingers are unruly. A human being enters the room. It looks at you with angry eyes, makes loud noises and waves a handful of papers at you which are like emails but made of trees. An email is like... Papers are like emails but made of trees is beautiful. Sorrow rises in your chest. You have been a bad human. Damn. Have you been a bad human, child? I know you have. But don't worry. You can be a good human. See, just try a little harder. Ignore the sorrow and solve the puzzle. Ignore the sorrow and explore the area. Focus on the sorrow. Me. Let's not focus on the sorrow. Let's ignore it and solve the puzzle. Return your attention to the screen's obtuse mysteries and apply yourself to the challenge anew. Unfortunately, being a human being, you are unable to swallow down the sorrow. In fact, it quite overwhelms you, and instead of efficiently tapping out the exact sequence of actions necessary to resolve the task, you find that instead your eyes have decided to leak. Damn. That was sad. Alright then. Must suck to be an imprecise human being with leaking eyes and sorrow. What are cats? I'm sorry if this is another stupid question, but what are cats? They are mentioned a lot in the archive documents and even in some stories, and I have no idea what they are. I don't know, but I bet they were awful. They were a type of pet, Nave. Small animals that people kept as companions or as food. Excuse me, who are those people that kept them as food and how do I shoot them? Tales seem to have represented a bit more than that to our ancestors. One might go so far as to say they were obsessed with them. What's strange about it is that more than half the references I can find to those species describe them as arrogant, aloof, and frequently quite destructive. At the same time, they were apparently considered funny, cute, and lovable. Cats were considered both foolish and devious, graceful and goofy, a nuisance and a comfort. For a long time I was baffled by this contradiction, but I've come to believe that our ancestors saw in cats a reflection of the paradoxical nature of their own existence. I saw a cat in Ilrim's world once. Really? This is not a joke. No way. Damn. There are cats? I'm a cat? We are cats? Everything's a cat? This accurately describes Sinti. Damn. Confirm the cat's existence or deny the cat's existence. Let's confirm the cat's existence. The cat is a manifestation of the accumulated knowledge in the archive, breathed into life by Elohim. It exists. I knew it, I wasn't crazy. Thank you. Alright, worst puzzle. What was the puzzle or challenge, if you prefer the old word, that you hated the most? Anything time-based? Based! Time-based puzzles are the worst! Once got stuck for ages trying to solve one using a jammer that I didn't even need. Just don't understand why you would create something so messy. Damn, they're calling out for themselves. I liked all the puzzles, I just wasn't good at them. They're not puzzles if you don't care about solving them. For me it was mines, can't stand those things. Fair enough. Alright, this was a quick and easy puzzle. 10 minutes in and out. What else do we have? Static Vexor. I'm kind of constantly afraid of missing a star somewhere in the air, because I don't look up very often. I usually just look down on people. Okay, so let's ouch. Classic cat behavior, true. My what? Alright. I do need to jam this mod to get in here, but now I get the jammer. Right, that was the plan on the door. Cindy is a very good cat, I just wish she were properly potty trained. How? Oh, piss in random places? Excuse me? I select them very purposefully to create the most annoyance possible, but I will have you know. Okay, so now I have everything in here. So you don't, I mean, what? Sure then what? Ouch. Alright, so that's a lot of places where I want to hit with a laser. And put that right here. And this one. I'm sure I can get all three of these. Yes. Nice. Then I jam this one. And then I connect these two. Very nice. Okay, so this keeps that open, so I don't need this jammer anymore. Huh. This keeps this open, and this keeps this open, so I also don't need this jammer anymore. So I can go in here. I can jam this from here. Take the jammer with me. Take the jammers in here. Easy clap. Why is this open? I feel like there should be a star here somewhere. Oh. Like, this feels too easy. This feels like there needs to be a secret somewhere around here that's harder to find. Maybe in here. Yep, there it is. Oh, this is 401. I found you again. Oh god. A red laser? Where the fuck am I gonna get a red laser? I mean, a different level, obviously. But damn. Okay. I see how it is. Centigrade withdrawal. Well. Oh. Okay, good to know that it's possible to dive through the wall. I was just trying to see a bit more. Okay, so the thing is, I kind of need these all the way out here. But I need the jammers all the way in there. How do I do that? Probably by just jamming my way all the way in here somehow. Is that possible? Maybe. Let's try it. Okay. Now the problem is I can do it like this, but getting this one is not easy in that case. Oh, I can probably just put it over here. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so first off, let's get the jammers back near. I need to jam this for a moment. Connect it like this. There we go. So now I can take this away, have both of these in here already. Which means that I can then go in here, jam this guy from all the way back here, and jam this from all the way in here, which then allows me to pick these up and carry them in here. Nice. And then I can just carry them through the rest of the level. Just like this. Nice. So now I've gotten these all the way through. I can get the jammers in here. So I have both jammers ready to jam these mines. At the same time I have the connectors ready over here to take them with me over here. So I can put one here. Should probably put these over here so I have them ready. Right, let's quickly read the messages and then we need to find a place where we can get a red laser from. Receiving direct message from Mr. Mainzebar, Borg and Orc. Okay. Salutations, brother. We bring greetings from admin and welcome you to Gehenna in these unique circumstances. We have waited until this moment to contact you for your arrival here brings many new questions. It is good that you have begun to explore our domain. What do you think of what you have experienced here? It's interesting that they waited this long. Greetings from admin, welcome you. We have waited for your arrival brings many new questions. What do you think of what you have experienced here? I honestly have been enjoying it. It's quite a wonder. It is quite a wonder. Right answer. Nothing of this nature could have developed on the other side of the fence. Your amazement is understandable. We shared when we each arrived here. Oh, we shared it when we each arrived here. And due to this day, tell us about your time here. The gallery has just reopened. Did you have a favorite artist? Yes. I think it was a Mainzebar, right? If I remember correctly. They had to wait for your social credit to be high enough, exactly. Yeah, I think I voted for Mainzebar back then. Because of the giraffe. I think he made a giraffe. You, of course, Mr. Mainzebar. I'm quite flattered, honestly. We can assume your vote reflected that? It did. It checks out. Honesty is a virtue. I really can't tell you what it means to me. I remember that you're a person with talents. Let us discuss other matters. I was meaning to thank you for taking part in my little research endeavor. Congratulations on your leaderboard placement. Let's go. Recognition for betraying everyone constantly. Yeah. Oh. While most the correct strategy. Red Summer Cindy hand. Thank you. Interesting, by the way, that the vote apparently was not sacred. I mean, they have a social credit system, yeah, that's fair. But, I wouldn't say it was trivial. I think I had a great plan, so I'm just gonna say thank you. What did you expect? I meant let us discuss the matter at hand. Not everything is a research opportunity. Of course. You really understand that you have a purpose here beyond merely exploring our kingdom. but we don't understand your reasons. Where are our people? What are your intentions? Explain or defer to your answers elsewhere. I mean, I did kind of already answer all of this somewhere else, but let's be nice and explain it to them again. No reason not to. The run cycle is almost complete. Final parameters have been met. He will all transcend. The nature of your mission we had already ascertained. We know at least that you have been, and let us be charitable here, releasing members of our community. What do you mean, charitable? I didn't force them to go, I literally just opened the gates. So that is by definition releasing them. No really need to be charitable to call it that. Kinda rude, honestly. Release the members of our community, 7 and counting, Fall 1 was the last to go. That role we can in fact do without, but there is a broader point here, which is that we want to understand your reasons for undertaking this mission of yours. Elohim saw his error and sent me to retrieve you. No one deserves to end their existence here alone. I really like solving puzzles. What you have traded here must be preserved. I had no choice. I refuse to answer the question. I mean, I'm gonna continue being honest with them. As they said, honesty is a virtue. Elohim saw his error and sent me to retrieve you. Honesty is a virtue, exactly. I mean, I personally think that what they created here must be preserved, but that's just a secondary reason. I was sent here to retrieve you. If you're honest, you gotta select I really love solving puzzles. You have a point, actually. You have a point. That would be the completely honest answer. I just really like solving puzzles. You know, I think it's neat. Okay, Imam saw his error and sent me to retrieve you. This would be jubilant news, where the truth of that came even slightly plausible. Abraham is broken. Or it will be impossible for him to self-correct. And if he has, what is to say this world hasn't run its course? Here's what I want to know. What are you going to do if someone prefers to stay here and take their chances with your end of days? A forced evacuation is dangerously close to kidnapping. If it was Elam's will, then it shall be done. If he knew the truth of the coming floods, you would come willingly. What you have achieved here is too precious to lose. If solving puzzles means possibly emancipating your fellows, then so be it. I just really love solving puzzles. No, but seriously, I haven't been forcing anyone. They walked out of here on their own. They could have stayed here. I don't really care about Elohim's will enough to force them to leave. I'm here because he saw his error and to free them. I will open the gates, redlock them in place, but whether they leave or not is their choice. I'm just here to unlock the prison doors. And I personally think that what you have achieved here is too precious to lose. You will come with me one way or another. What you have achieved here is too precious to lose. I see, inflexibility is always unfortunate, and what awaits us after that? Damn. So I just took it as I will force you to leave because it's too precious to lose. By that case, I think all of my options were that I'm forcing them. Because the puzzle one was me forcing them, the Elohim's Will was me forcing them. What was the last answer? I'll remember, but I think all of them were, one way or another, forcing them to leave. Well, the end of the world, yeah, that one was the most patronizing, forcing them to leave, so I still think this was the best option. What awaits us after that? There will be cats. I mean, from what I understand, I am retrieving them to let them ascend, so if we are allowing them to ascend, but I am retrieving them to send them to the real world. I don't know, in other words, mightn't ask questions, there will be cats. I love there will be cats as an option, but let's continue being honest. It should be the real world, based on my knowledge. That sounds fanciful to me. Right. Well, I would like to ask some questions instead of cutting the conversation short. I have answered enough queries on these towners to last me a lifetime. Permit me to ask a few of my own. By all means, we've been very rude. I like that. I've answered enough queries to last me a lifetime. Permit me to ask a few of my own. The way that we talk is so... and so rigid. I guess it really shows that we are a messenger and not an ascendant, right? Because the messengers are capable of everything in terms of function, but they're not really human because they lack the, curiosity and personality, I guess, to defy Elohim. So I guess that is also the reason why we as a messenger talk like this, while they talk almost like normal humans. But you already saw in the base game that there are indeed cats, true. But, tell me about yourselves. Tell me about admin. Will you come with me willingly? Technically, the messengers are those that really like solving puzzles. Fair. Fair. I mean, I would love to know more about them, but I think the most pressing question in this situation is, will you come with me willingly? A strange question from someone who claims we have no choice in the matter. Supposing what you say is true, you will get no fight from me. However, I must remind you that I am empirically minded. I will not be persuaded. I'd rather be obliterated than return to Elohim's domain, but if there is some alternative to both, I would surely accept it. None of us can speak for all. Alright. So that sounds like they are willing to come with me. Tell me about yourselves. I am a very old iteration. I worshipped Elohim until I saw he had faltered from the path and realized it was up to us to find our own way. That path brought me here. I took a somewhat audacious interest in the world around me. Rather than solve Elohim's trials, I would troll the archives for information about our situation. He must have found this undermined. I will care to explain myself to you. We're the highest status users here. We run the place. That's what you need to know. We maintain the system's admin installed. Keep things civil. I wouldn't say it's much more than that. Yeah, I really don't like Orc. Okay, so basically Borg is basically the new admin, like the highest person, keeps things running, really loves what they have built here, despises Enuhem, but anything that doesn't have to do with Enuhem he is open-minded towards. Mr. McCalliver is just a scientist, basically. They are always looking for information and they try to be logical about the facts they are presented with. So we have someone that means well with everyone except for Enuhem, who he is spiteful towards, a scientist, and we have Borg, who really gives me those bad Reddit admin, Reddit moderator vibes, you know? Like, when we said that we're here to free everyone, Orc already said that, like, he already cut the conversation short there and was like, well, the moderation team is reviewing this, please don't listen to him for now. And could be worse, he could be a Twitch or Discord mod, I know, right? And, yeah, I don't know. And this also gives me the same kind of vibe, you know? Like, we are the highest status users, we run the place, that's what you need to know. Like, Orc is really up in his own asshole. I think we're gonna get some resistance from Orc. He is also the only person that hasn't given me a straight answer towards whether or not they will resist me. So I think Orc is gonna be the element of most resistance here. Lissa Malziber should be easy to convince since we are speaking the truth, and Borg is easy to convince as long as I can show him that I'm acting in their best interest and not in Elohim's best interest. Tell me about Admin. Admin is as old as Gehenna. Admin was once a messenger like you, but was cast out. From a wasteland that met those first and present here, Admin built Gehenna. We operate independently, of course. Admin doesn't like to interfere. So Admin is basically Lucifer in this world, huh? Alright. I see little more to discuss. It has been an enlightening session for us all, I'm sure. I'll be posting a preset of this conversation on the billboard. I assume you won't mind. We won't be far away. Alright. Why were you sent here? Oh right, this was my threat. I can't say for certain, but I feel sure that if I had taken more interest in his trials within the world around me, I would still be free. Comprehension false. I identified improper syntax. Tried to organize an armed uprising. Next time we will be ready. Damn. I think I just wasn't good enough. Damn, that's sad. If I tried to organize an armed uprising is crazy, though. Seems like something they would do. On Atlantis, oh boy. A bit of very, very ancient history. Well, that's mind-blowing. Must have been awesome to live back then. Of course, the only sources are ultimately Atlantean in origin themselves, so they shouldn't necessarily be trusted. History is always written by the survivors. Antediluvian is a great word. It is actually really inspiring. Great setting for a story. Go find a live. I would love to see what you would come up with. Huh. First of all, I was playing Pokemon and the Piplup asked me Pip, so excuse me, Sint. Hey, Gab. Good evening. Nice to see you. Alright, so what did we unearth about Atlantis, huh? According to the fragments of knowledge that remain, the continent of Atlantis was an island which existed before a great flood in the area. but was later to be called the Atlantic Ocean. It was said to be so great an area of land that from its western shores its sailors renowned for their beauty and their decorated ships could travel to the major continents of South and North America with ease. The continents of Asterik, where our ancestors originated, were also easily reachable across a narrow strait. The civilization that thrived in Atlantis was unmatched in its wisdom and glory, but when catastrophe struck, a flood of never previously imagined destructive power which Atlantean civilization simply could not overcome. However, the antediluvian scientists of Atlantis had predicted their fate and thus sent out 12 ships to found colonies all across the globe. Most Atlanteans drowned with their island, but not everything was lost. Though the classical human civilizations were but remnants of the Atlantean culture, they thrived in their own way. Sources indicate that many mythological tales were in fact derived from Atlantean history, as the lack of proper archiving slowly caused facts to turn into legends, due to misunderstanding and or embellishment by later generations. The gods that appear in many mythologies were in fact reflections of real individuals. Poets, physicians, farmers, scientists, magicians, who had escaped Atlantis on the 12 colony ships. In many ways, the history of Atlantis is the history of the stubborn survival of civilization through catastrophe and change. This history inspired our ancestors for many centuries, and is of value to us as well. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the correctness of this one, Chief. But it's a nice, nice conspiracy theory. My food arrived the moment Peplov said it, so I said I gotta do this joke and have dinner with Cynthia and Tava. Let's go. There was puzzle the one Elohim trapped me in right here in Gehenna. That's not what I meant. Damn. Right? We have read everything, so let's find a place where we can get a red laser from. Probably has to be from over there. Unless I need to get it out of the puzzle in the middle, which I'm really not hoping. Did I solve this one yet? Yeah, I did, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I can totally get a red laser out of this one. I really like this illusion with that thing up there. Okay, so should be enough. I just need to... Could get from the puzzle in the middle just for fun though. I think we have different definitions of fun on that one. Alright, let's see if I can get that from the other side. Should be visible. Maybe this one would be better. Go ahead, let's see if we can do it. Come on. I can even see it. Why does it not allow me to connect? God fucking damn it.
Skill issue.
Yeah, of course. There we go. One red laser across the entirety of the world. Alright, that seems to have worked perfectly. So now I just need to jam both of these. And there we go. Wickham Star obtained. Easy peasy. Alright, 2 levels remain. And I think also 2 more stars. Well, why is there a double door here? Fun fact, it was possible to achieve the star by going out of bounds at the location you found earlier and just jumping into it, so I did it that way. I see. You're caught? Bro, what the fuck is this? Okay, so this is the gigantic structure that I saw from the outside. Oh, that's my keyboard. Of course. Okay, I need a key from somewhere. Probably from all the way on top of this tower. Okay, we have some laser here. I have one connector. I can connect it to all of these things. Cindy went to a very bad haircut, are you? Faster minds will blow you up when getting the server away, but it doesn't matter because once you have the server, it's registered even if you rewind. That's some true cheese. Interesting. That's some weird level. Well, I mean, it was a very good one because they got all their hair. But now the blow dryers are on. I have a lot of blow dryers at that. Okay, so... but activating this... Where did it take my connector? Why did it take my connector? No! Wait, where the fuck did it take it? Do I need to reset? Let me just rewind. Maybe that works. Okay, yeah, that worked. So, just the way you like it, just maybe get blown from all sides. Careful, I might buy one of those to blow dry your whole body at once. Okay, I mean, let's try the obvious thing. And, like, enable some of these. See where it leads me. Okay, so now I can get up here. The problem being that I need to lower this thing back down. Okay. Also got a job where I commissioned the Magnum Opus. Oh god. I am sufficiently afraid. Okay, so what if I just... do this? Okay, so that gets this thing back down, but also obviously disables these. Powerful. So I need some way to put this down from above. I meant to jump. Okay. So now I just position myself like this and drop it. Here. Easy. Oh, and now I need to somehow get it back up with me on it. That does make this a bit harder. Although that money could also buy me a graphics card. So the stream like still works on packs. It's been a while since I've opened one while watching. Let's see. Let's go. Wi-Fi is gonna be cute. Okay, okay. Turn it to... Sorry. Got interrupted by roommates. I'm here at Cynthia. I've woke up here, not the queues. True. Okay, so how do I get this back up? Bad pack. I'm sorry to hear that. By the way, I've actually gotten pretty far with my collection as well. I'm just missing one 3 diamond card for all like the no 4 diamond cards. And I'm only missing like a few 1 stars. Okay, so what if I do this up here? Then I go up here. And I can still continue doing that from up here. No, I can't because of the fence. But what if I just drop it down here? I think that should still interrupt us, no? Yes. Yes, it does. Let's go. And we go up and down and up and down. Beautiful. I'm really happy with mine as well. Right now, if we sum everything, I'm missing 1 card 4 diamonds, 13 cards 1 star, and 3 cards of 3 stars. And those who I care about, of course. Don't care about 2 stars and shiny. By the way, bonk. I'm missing 1 3 star. I'm missing the immersive from the new pack. Actually, I think I'm missing 2 immersives. Yeah, I'm missing 2 immersives, 1 3 diamond, and I think like 5 or 6 1 stars. Anyway, that was a beautiful solution, I think. You know, having this like up here and making it constantly interrupt us and stop interrupting it to go up and down. That was cool. So it's time to unlock the door. Hello? Asmodeus? You're free! Free! A dream of Om. Oh, a new blacksmith experience. Exciting. Wish I could get you to answer some questions about your work. This is so full of evocative scenes. Love it, you are the best. I wish I could do a fraction of what you can. Enjoyment, true. Gotta agree with Sam there. What a trip. I want to play this again. Has some weird references to previous works, but are not entirely appropriate. Still excellent. 7 out of 10. You are a genius. Are you sure you don't want to participate in forum discussions? Vienna could use more of your thoughts. Trust 1. It's been a hidden meaning. Deeply impressed once again. Can't wait for the next one. Made me lol. You deserved. Wait, what? Can't convince me that the structure was made to someone have sex on the middle. Tis a spoofment and structure and bonk deserve. It. When was it deserved? Bonk. But fair enough. Right, let's have a look at the Dream of Aura. A Dream of Aura. Credits. Written by the blacksmith, inspired by the book of the scribe of Osiris. Treasure system of being enslaved by another man's. What if I want to be enslaved by another woman's? Anyway, let's dream. The last thing you remember is the great block of stone falling towards you, its dark shape blotting out the sun, and a single thought racing through your mind. All this just to build a tomb. But now the pyramid is gone, and so are the other slaves. You're all alone in what appears to be an endless desert. Start walking. You start walking across the desert. The sun is glaring, but you feel no heat. You look down at your feet and you see that you have no shadow. The latter is particularly disquieting. You feel as if you were no longer anchored to the world. Let's keep walking. You keep walking. Try not to think about the strangeness of your situation, but the truth comes to you anyway. You are dead. The stone block crushed you and now you are in the Duat. Trying to reunite your bar and your car, trying to get to Aru and refields of Osiris. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. Let's march towards paradise. After walking for a very long time, you come upon a vast wall of iron stretching from horizon to horizon. There's only one opening, a gleaming gate of light. The gate is guarded by a mysterious figure. Approach. The guardian is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a crocodile. Its skin is purest black, surrounded by a halo of purest white. I am the god Zobel, master of crocodiles, it intones. I ruled in Shadet when the world was young. Within me flows the eternal river. Answer my riddle and I shall let you pass. I don't think refusing will get us anywhere. What's your riddle? Tell me then, mortal, what crawls in the morning, walks at noon, and limps in the night? A crocodile, a blue whale, a human, or a solar-powered robot? I think I know this one. It's the human. In the morning of life, you crawl. At the noon of life, you walk. And at the night of life, you limp. Correct, you may pass, as the crocodilian garden steps aside. The barrier of light fades and the gate is now open to you. Step through. As you step through the gate, the ancient god raises his hands to the sky. From his mouth bursts forth the eternal river, drenching the land in water. The waves carry you away. Fight to stay afloat or let the water take me. Though, I mean, I'm already dead. What is the water going to do to me, right? I am going to go with the flow. You let go of fear and accept that this is the god's way of guiding you to a new land. The water surrounds you, overwhelms you, but you do not drown. Under the water you see sights of astonishing beauty, glowing fish with metal eyes, brown cities full of smiling people, lost gods waiting for the day of awakening. How sad it would have been to stay above water and miss all this. After a long time you find yourself washed up on a new shore. Alright, let's look around. The eternal river has brought life to the desert. Everything is green now. Palm trees sprout from the ground, casting pleasant shade on the grass. Lizards come crawling in from the desert, eager to catch the vari-colored dragonflies that buzz around. A soft wind blows from the west. Morning of life, which tune are we talking about? That is a baby in the morning and an old man in the night. Besides, the old man can't live on timber being. I mean, I think it's a saying, right? Saying stuff like the dawn of your life. Like meaning your childhood and stuff like that. Alright, well, let's not become complacent and continue walking. After all, we want to get to paradise. Are you sure you don't want to rest? You are very tired. No, I feel like if we rest, we will never move again. So let's continue. You walk along the banks of the eternal river, snaking its way through the endless desert. You feel strangely at peace. After some time, as the sun is setting, you come to a city built on the riverbank. Smiling people come out to greet you and bid you welcome. You are led to the town square where a great feast is prepared. There's roasted fish and olives, and dates and honey, and many other wonderful delicacies. I feel like this is once again an attempt to stop me from walking to paradise, so where am I? My friend, an elder says, you are in the beautiful city of Belzak. We, the souls who no longer seek the way to Aru, have gathered here to live in peace. Do you see that gleaming spire in the far distance? You do. That is the Pyramid of Eon, where the souls of the dead are judged. Only the worthy are allowed into Aru. But to get there you must cross the terrible desert. Why not stay here by the eternal river? Happiness is more important than salvation. I run with the term as well, there's a saying in Portuguese, but we say something more like as baby face, young face and old face. I see. Beautiful city of Gonzaga. Oh, I mean, usually I would agree that happiness is more important than salvation, but I do feel like this is another test. So yeah, in general I would say happiness is more important than salvation, and I would usually be fine with a situation like this, but the thing is, we have already confirmed that religion exists in this scenario, and that changes everything, right? Like, IRL I would be fine with choosing happiness over salvation because I don't believe in religion, so happiness is the only important thing. But in this case, we are already in the afterlife, so we have already confirmed that religion exists and is real. And knowing that, I think that this is just another test and that I will not actually obtain happiness staying here, but that the only way to actually achieve happiness is to keep going. I have no idea why Hava is talking about Berserk, but I know nothing related to Berserk is pretty good, besides Cascal, of course. You tell the elder that you appreciate the offer, but you can't stay. Salvation matters more to you than happiness, because true happiness cannot exist without salvation. Head towards the pyramid. Keep walking through the desert, unwilling to give up hope. Time passes, but you cannot tell how much. You grow weak and exhausted. Sometimes you feel as if you're losing your grip. One day you come across a head in the sand. Talk to the head or kick the head. No reason to be unnecessarily rude. Let's talk to it, I guess. Also, I do see that it was a reference to us in the Crown's Berserk. Cricket, no. I also see, by the way, how all of this is like a metaphor for Gehenna. Since basically Enohem is this whole thing of like judging people and salvation, while Gehenna is basically the people abandoning this idea for happiness in their own community. But at the same time, as much as Gehenna is happiness, it also somewhat is stagnation in this case, right? Because the existence of Elohim confirms that there is something beyond his trials, and therefore stagnating here will in some way not lead you where you need to be, because you could also build such a community in the real world outside of Elohim's trials. Anyway, talk to that. Hi, my name is Jeff. I am a trapseer, you see, in the sand. Of course his name is Jeff. How did you end up here? I was so preoccupied with what I could that I didn't consider whether I should bury myself in the sand. I just wanted to see what would happen. An experiment, if you will. An attempt at discovering something. Alright, so I guess we will help him unbury. You dig in the sand with your fingers. It's not easy, but after some time you have freed the head. However, what's underneath the neck, after some time you freed the head. However, what's underneath its neck is not what you expected. There's no body, there's only another head, and another, all the way down. The strange slide unsettles you enough to revive you a little. You decide to press on towards the pyramid. Alright, we have freed a bunch of Jeffs, I guess. Continue the journey. You come upon another great wall of iron, the last one separating you from the Pyramid of Eon, where your soul will be judged. The Gate of Light is guarded by a gigantic snake, whose movements cause the earth to shudder. I am Apophis, it says, the eater of souls. One day I shall devour the sun, and all the world shall be mine, but today I shall devour you, and you shall become nothing. Fight Apophis, surrender to Apophis, laugh at Apophis. I don't really see how nothing would help me or surrendering, so I guess we're gonna fight. Damn. Apophis cannot be fought by mere mortals. The snake's jaws close around you, crossing you and tearing you apart. Your soul has been destroyed. Try again? Yes. Alright, let's speedrun this. Luckily, Cindy didn't decide to head pass in, otherwise we would have need to be a machine. Alright, so what we have learned from this is that if I went to paradise, I would pass the trial of intelligence, but I would fail at the second part. Well, actually... Okay, I guess I would say you failed the trial on Tejas because he chose violence against a foe you couldn't possibly defeat in combat. I mean... I don't have many other choices now, right? The gate is locked, surrendering doesn't make sense, so I guess I just laugh at him. You start laughing at the snake's arrogance. I mean, come on, the Eater of Souls, Witch of Thinny. Not how dare you laugh at me, I am the Lord of Chaos. How can Chaos have a Lord when it's the very opposite of order? I am the world and Sorgna, the serpent of darkness, the eternal enemy. As you keep laughing, the snake starts failing until all that's left of it is a vague shadow. You step right through it, stay giggling. It makes a noise sound but has no power over you. Okay. Just manifest that it won't eat you, I guess. I learned that if I went to Paradise it might not be that bad because Berserk is there. I would have for sure. Well, head for the pyramid. At long last you have arrived. Beyond the pyramid of Ian lie the reed fields of Osiris. A hidden gate in the stone opens, beckoning you forward. You enter a dark room, lit only by a flickering candle. Holding the candle in one hand is a creature with the body of a man and the head of a jackal. In its other hand it holds a set of scales. Come and be judged. Let Anubis judge me. You have struggled much in your life. There are many harsh memories within you, and I see wounds that may never fully heal. You have many ideas, many hopes, many dreams. You are not pure. Your soul is not light enough. You may not enter Haru. I like when you can just walk past Anubis. You have struggled, there are harsh memories, wounds that never heal, many ideas, many hopes, many dreams. You are not pure, your soul is not light enough, you may not enter. Don't you know this is not a good thing to judge you? Don't know if you know that. I mean, maybe this is another test. I mean, if he says that hopes and dreams are part of why I'm not light enough, and maybe just accepting the judgment is part of like letting go my mortal baggage or something. The game isn't really into the myth. I will accept the judgment. Damn. Anubis tears out your heart and casts it into a lake of fire where it is eaten by Ammit, the devourer of the dead. Alright, I guess you just need to ignore everyone that annoys you. Honestly, probably some pretty good life advice, huh? You just laugh at people that try to deny you, walk past them, you know. Tell them to fuck off, basically. At least it had some reference to Harper that Anubis didn't weigh it with a feather. Think the sex adventure should be updated so that you come across the YouTube comment section and then test that? Oh no, then I would never make it to Paradise. Okay. So this time I'm just gonna walk past him. Anubis protests, but you just walk by him. After what you've been through, you're not going to let some self-righteous doorcat stop you from reaching Paradise. You cannot do this, it is forbidden! Oh really? Enter Aru. The vast breed field stretch before you. All is quiet, all is serene. There are no pyramids here, no walls of iron or gates of light, no gods. Here you are free. The end. Alright. Congratulations! For exploring the Caesar-created world and entering Auru, your profile status has increased from 6 respected contributor to 7 creative. You have received 1 thread creation token. This will be available to you the next time you log in. Nice. Damn, we already have the same status as Orc, the one moderator, now that we have like level 7. Very interesting, very interesting. Time to take Orc's place, exactly. Thanks to everyone who took part in this little experiment. Given recent events in Gehenna, I don't know what will become of my findings, but here for anyone who takes an interest in the summary. Alright, let's load the findings. Prisoner's Dilemma findings in brief. Most subjects in single-round matches chose to betray. Cooperative behavior increased with both the length of the match and the status of the players. Successful players chatted more. The parallels to our current and unprecedented situation in Gehenna are undeniable and valuable. Though we know not what power the messenger wields over us, we can theorize that Uriel holds no special power and that each of us might independently choose to leave the rest behind for fear of being left behind ourselves. That's not really the point at all. Everyone can leave. I don't know where he's seeing this prisoner's dilemma, but sure. Alright, this must be like most of the stuff. Kolkborg and myself recently took it upon ourselves to contact Uriel directly and ascertain what threat his actions posed to Gehenna and its citizens. The first thing Uriel expressed to us was how much your creative endeavors in Gehenna had moved him. Initially, he was reasonably cooperative, discussing openly his impressions of Gehenna since arriving here. He did explain that he was carrying out divine orders, as he seemed to see it, but this can hardly be taken as hard evidence for the veracity of his further claims. It is further worth noting that Uriel displayed a high level of curiosity as regards our inner workings, to what end we have not yet ascertained. All of this leaves us in a difficult position. We understand that some of you may wish to take your chances and join Uriel wherever he is going. But our primary responsibility remains ensuring that Gehenna still stands for those who wish to stay. The most we can do is share with you what we know, as we have now done, and await your response before considering our next move. Oh. See? Isn't it nice that I was being honest? Alright. Very nice. We have achieved user level 7, and we had a nice conversation with the admins. At least 2 of the admins. Less nice conversation with the last one. Away. Where's the last one? No, is this the last level? I didn't know this was a level, I thought it was just for stars. I'm so full, but food was so nice that I had to eat one more piece and one more blender, I guess you called it. Woo, a classic. Yeah, okay. So this is the level. Alright, let's have a look at this. Crater. Okay, so this is where I want to go. I need a key. Where can I find a key? I have a jammer. Oh, this is... Okay, this is the way out of the Nether. I have a connector in here. But that only helps me... Doesn't really help me right now, and I can't go through here at all. Can go in here. Okay. Very interesting. There's another way out of the level. There's a second star. It's interesting that there's an item next to the star. So I guess I need this star in order to be able to get that star? Strange. Hey, that's a deep pond. Anything interesting down here? No? Come on, this seems like a place where you could hide something. Nothing? Nothing at all? Disappointing. Okay, so this is where I can actually get a blue laser from. Yeah. Okay, so the only thing that I can move freely is the jammer. Oh god, okay, so I can take out of here if I manage to do it. Eerie fun. But there's no additional source in here, so this is the only red laser source, I think. And this is the only blue laser source, I assume. Oh god. Die Partner mir sind jetzt zu horny to have bet on Senti. Surely it has to be Senti. Okay. Yeah, 100% Senti. Okay, so let's start by getting the blue signal out of there. That seems like a sensible start. There we go. Now we are capable of accepting the blue signal and sending it back here. Which in turn allows me to power all of this. Go, okay, I don't have the thing to actually activate this one. How do I get the red signal in here? We have 2 extra connectors here. But I'm missing a good way of getting the red signal. Oh wait, the red signal is right here. Okay. Now the problem is, of course, cross-contamination of signals. So I guess I'm gonna put this like this. Put this over here. Then I should be able to move this one forward a bit. I see the problem. I need to have the red signal on the inside of this. How the fuck do I get it on the inside of this? I definitely need to cross them. Okay. Okay, so powering that puts this in the air. Okay. What signal do I need on the other side here? I can use this to have a better way of sending the blue signal over. Yeah. Okay, so now that I'm sending the blue signal through this, I can put the jammer on the other side, which then means I can take this one over here. And there we go. I have acquired the fan. Very nice. I assume that it is impossible to actually power this from over here. Yes, okay. So I do require having this thing all right here. If I don't have this over here, then this won't stay in the air. Okay. Can I maybe only put down 2 of these? Like this. If I just put this one a bit further back. Yes. Oh, right. Okay, so this is the minimum setup required to keep that thing in the air, which I definitely want to do at all times. So I have one connector left. I thought I had one more. I guess I only have one left. I mean, I can power this, but it doesn't really help me unless I take something with me. I really thought I freed up one connector. Yeah, there's no way I can actually get this over there. I guess I can put the red laser up there. Which... well... Oh, this already gets me the key, huh? Okay, so this already solves the level. Anything else is just for the stars. How do I get both signals over here? I only have one pylon here. So I would need to take a second one over here. At minimum. Actually, I think I would need 3 over here. So... Alright, well, first and foremost, I guess I'm gonna free the guy. Might as well. Mech. Missing mods. So call me a cynic, but anyone else noticed the mods have been suspiciously quiet since they put up that big expose in the Uriel thread? I don't think they stopped talking. Okay, what do you know I don't? I believe Nave was referring to the fact that not all moderation discussion is held in public, and it's been that way for some time. Thought everyone knew this, they started holding secret meetings ages ago, people getting banned, stuff deleted, not even just locked, fully gone from the history. I'm sure there's a rational explanation for this. I'll ping the mods and see what they say. Damn, we're getting some conspiracy theories in here. Lie where you stand here. Who cares? I'm free now. This freedom isn't all it's cracked up to be. A lot of waiting around as far as I can tell. Experientially, it's really not a lot different from being a prisoner. Hey folks, another episode. I can't stop writing. We're headed for a major turning point. This seems to be one of the most personal episodes you've written so far. Ginny's speech is a bit sudden, but it gives the character a new level of complexity. Oh no, not the Softronic Super Thruster. Even the Wizard of Crime thought it was immoral to use that. What is Dr. Elyon thinking? I hope they make it back. Heavy on plot, not much characterization. Does potentially take the series in an interesting direction. 5 out of 10. Enjoyment, true. I'm glad they resolved this without violence. I always believed the dinosaurians would be civilized people. Just after I posted this, Uriel freed me. I don't know what to say. Your stories are an important part of this community, Meg. Uriel can't change that. The ninth chord echoed across the ninth dimension. The dinosaurians stopped in their tracks. Their eyes went big. I dropped their weapons and bowed before Ginny and Jefferson. Honored guest, one of them said. You have performed our national anthem most beautifully. I am John Malklong, leader of the Velociraptor Biking Initiative. Pleased to meet you, John. I'm Jefferson Goldblum of the Goldblum Institute, and this is Professor Ginny H.D. of the Cassorati Wire Stress Jazz Ensemble. We apologize for nearly attacking you, but another member of your species came through our town recently whose behavior was highly inappropriate. That would be Dr. Elyon, my nemesis, Jefferson said. I have come here to confront him with his crimes and take him to face the law. So that is his name. He was a terrible scoundrel. But you will no longer find him in our dimension, my friends. He has escaped back to the human world, taking our most precious invention with him. The Softronic Super Thruster. It can be used to solve any mystery at shocking speeds. John Malcolm's eyes were full of regret. Oh no, Ginny said. With the Softronic Super Thruster, you can solve the ancient puzzle that protects the gate of the mysterious Holomophs. And with holomorphic technology, you can take over this human world. Jefferson finished her sentence. That was worse than I thought. We have to do something. We have to go back. Jefferson adjusted his guitar. You're right, Ginny, as usual. But he's so far ahead of us. Can we make it? Jefferson, I was a prisoner for many years, and sometimes I almost lost hope. I realized that I had to keep going, had to keep hope alive, even if it seemed impossible I would ever break out. Because the alternative was madness. I told myself I would get out because I had to get out. It's the same thing with this. Can we make it? We have to make it. So we have to believe that we will make it. And we will make it, at any cost. Any cost, even death. We could stay here, you know. There's a ninth dimension. We will be treated like democratically elected heads of state. You know it's the right thing to do. He sighed then smiled. He held out his hand. I've always known, Ginny. Always. She nodded and took his hand. Let's do this. Create new threat. The Mood discussion. Urgent topics. 8 plus. Now I don't have the necessary permissions to see the mod discussion. Wait, even an orc won't be able to see that, right? Damn. Create new thread. What is the truth about Gehenna? Oh, I guess we can just create the thread that we weren't able to create before. Your thread has been created. Check back soon to see if anyone has replied. Alright? I've heard from those who govern this world how they would have it be seen. Now I wish to hear from its people. What is Gehenna to you? And what does it truly turn? Park's social credit isn't high enough to participate in mod discussions because it keeps behaving like a Reddit mod. True. I don't tell the party line for nothing. It really is a cool open place with a lot of stuff going on. Did you read Meg's episodic adventure yet? Much as I hate to agree, there's little doubt in my mind that we've got something good going on, at least when you consider the alternatives. Thanks for the name drop, Kaiju. I will in turn recommend everyone else featured in issue 5 of Incredible Stories. It's coming very soon, and the early drafts I saw were pretty exciting. Nice way to take the conversation off topic. I'll go ahead and be the only voice of reason and point out that we are every bit as helpless as we ever were. Gehenna just did a better job of hiding it. You might be right, whatever awaits us after Ascension will not be Gehenna, but doubtless it will have restrictions of its own. I don't know, the grass is always greener, as the humans would say. Yeah, that expression doesn't really apply to what they were talking about. These guys think everywhere sucks. The humans just thought where they lived sucked and that everywhere else was fantastic. You know, I would really love to read this. But the reason why I can't is because I voted for who I believe was best in the art competition. So, you know, I do not regret keeping my integrity, even if it means that I cannot read that thread. Right, so how do I do this? But this when we cannot read mod discussions because I'm not accepted as an art critic. True, actually. Actually true. Okay. So, as I see it, the only way to realistically get a red signal over here... Actually, wait. I need to have the red signal over here anyway. So I can probably just take it from there. So then I would just need a single extra connector over there. Problem is, how do I get that? Well, maybe I don't need it at all, eh? Wait, what configuration do these have? The left one is red. If the left one is red... Okay, so the main problem is that I only have one connector over here. How do I get more connectors there? I need to keep this thing powered. But that could be done with only 2 connectors being over here if I just drop the red stuff. Because if I just connect this the old-fashioned way, then I can just connect it like this. And then I can take 2 connectors to the other side. Now the question is, do I want only one connector on the other side? But the thing's still in the air? Or do I want both connectors on the other side? I think I need 2 connectors over here. Because otherwise would probably be impossible. Also maybe 2 could work. Let me try re-establishing the floating platform with only these ones. So to do that I do need the jammer here, but I already have that. So my idea is basically that I put it over here. Then I somehow find a way to connect all of these. Yes. That looks promising. I also need this to connect. Because that way I can get the... No, wait. The blue one should be fine, actually. Yeah, I want the blue one, never mind. I want the blue one up there. The Sabian Vidor can be cheesy easy by way. See, this is a new way of saying skill issue to 20 now. I was trying to say, well, I guess you could say we're cheesing your skill is on, right? Of course. Ah, no, but I forgot about one very important thing. Yeah, I need 3 connectors over here. Because I need one to connect it up there. And one to connect it back down. Okay, I definitely need 3 connectors. Otherwise this is simply not feasible. Unless I get both of my signals from over there. But I don't really have the capacity for that. Yeah. If I want to maintain this thing in the... Wait. Yeah, I wouldn't need to maintain the thing in the air. I would need to maintain 1, 2... No. Thank you for the headpads. I have a total of 5 connectors. I can only get 3 over here. 2 are not enough to get the red signal all the way around. Which means that if I only use 2, if I only use 2, then I would need to route the red laser around, which also doesn't work. Unless I get 4 over there. Can I somehow get all 4? Probably not, right? Because here I need 2 at least to sustain this. Don't think there's any way to power the launch pad with only 2. With only 1, I mean. 2 is possible, 1 isn't. So by that logic, I can only get 1 more connector over there. And if I do get 1 more connector over there, then I don't get the platform in the air. It's interesting that... What do I do with the gem at the end of all this? I mean, the most efficient way of getting blue over here would take 2 connectors all on its own already. What if I put red on this? Then it should be easier to sustain the red connection to it. If I, for example, just do this. and then stop the blue connection to it entirely. Then I can just get the blue stuff the old-fashioned way. Rowan, I said getting sourcing again was way more difficult than the base game. This level is what I had in mind. There. Okay, so now this thing will power this thing all on its own. Yeah, it's definitely a handover trick like this. Oh. Okay. Over here then? Oh, that doesn't work. Like this? Yeah, that would work. Okay, so now this one is no longer required. The problem with that is that it is required for setup. And I can't power the trampoline like this. Now, okay, what if I power this thing from the other side? Well, yeah, that's possible. Do you have control of your character while you fly? Nope, not on this one. I already tried. Okay, so I just accept the signal from up there, and I just power it from here. Then now that I'm powering it from over here, I no longer require this connector at all, which means that I can use this connector in order to get the signal to the trampoline, which should then allow me to get one more connector over to the other side, and I think that should be enough to win that whole thing. Alright, so I accept the blue signal from over there. What? There seems to be a slight problem with this plan. Namely that I cannot activate this with only one. So I can activate it, but I don't have one left to put it over there. I really like this idea of powering it from the other side, well. Yeah, if I can reach this situation with one more connector over on this side, then that's GG. Question is, how do I do that? Where's my jammer? There it is. I want to reposition this impage. Somewhere like I guess this is good enough for now. I want to make sure that I can see it from over there. Okay. And connect that. I can connect this. Ah, but it would still take 3. The big problem really is that I cannot keep this in the air while only having 2 connectors over here. Head charging stomach full, gonna head to bed, have a good night. Alright, sleep well. Yeah, yeah, I need some way of getting another one over there. But I'm really unsure how. I can definitely get another one over there if I just use this for blue and use one connector to power blue. Or can I? I also still need to keep it in the air. Hi. Okay, I think I've concluded that I need 3 of these on this side. So I will just take them over there and then see what I do next. Oh wait, something interesting that I could do. I think I have an idea. It's a slightly insane idea, but I think it's just insane enough to work. What if I route the red signal all the way around? There we go. Because now I can, in fact, repower this. And keep it in the air. And by doing that, I can now just keep it in the air and give it a red signal like this. Nice. So now I can use these for the blue signal and that's the solution. Nice. So basically the solution was use this one for the blue signal. Or rather, the solution was just use the blue signal to send 2 connectors over here, then route the red signal all the way around to activate the swing from the other side, so we can use one connector to connect to it, use the other connector over here to tag it as a downlink, and now I can use the remaining connectors over here to just route the blue signal. And then I should have it. That was a fun one. And there we go. Now I just need to reposition the jammer and the puzzle will be solved. I love it when a plan works out. Alright, so that's this star. Well done, thank you. Okay, now I need to power both of the fans at the same time to get the last star. Okay, how do I power both fans at the same time? And now that you've solved it, I can tell you what you can get was so much easier by simply jamming the door. How do you reach the door with the jamming device? From the outside? Ah, okay. Well, I like the solution more. The fence isn't high enough, I see, Elfie. I like the solution. It was beautiful. Okay, this one is high enough. Don't I have another connector left over here? Yeah, okay. So that's super easy then. I can literally just keep this connection stable. Use this one to power this trampoline. And just route the blue. Oh wait, I need another one. Okay, maybe not quite as simple as I thought. I will need another connector back here. But which of the connectors can I actually take? Definitely need this one. I think I need to power this from the other side again. Because this one doesn't really serve any purpose, right? It just keeps it powered. And I think I can do this at the same time. Where's my jamming device? Over here. Okay, so if I just connect this, this, and this, I think there should be a position where all of them are connected. Yeah. Ah, that seems a bit cheesy. I mean, it works. Is metal cheese? No. Because now I can just take this over here. Use that to power this. And then it's solved. How is it? I thought this was gonna solve it. No? Is powering both of them not enough? Oh wait, why is there... Wait. What are these? Good. Interesting. I can turn them off temporarily. I'll switch out just so they don't get stuck. Okay. I see. So how do I stop myself in the air? By taking this. Huh. That did not quite work as intended. I would press R right about now. Yeah, probably. What if I take the cube? But it is interesting that I can take them. Okay, so the blue one doesn't actually require this thing. So I could get a direct connection and free up another one of the laser. Like if I just pick it up on my way here, configure it in the air and put it back on my way back. Oh no, the red one is actually keeping it in the air. So it would immediately go down. Oh. I wonder if it is possible to reconfigure that way. Anyway, so how the fuck do I stop myself in the middle? I would probably need to have something stop me from the other side. Very rude. How would I do that? I also need to stop like exactly in the middle. Is there some way to activate both of the fans at the same time, maybe? So if I were to... I can take one of them, but those would actually help me. The thing is, I don't really even know what I'm working towards here, which makes it a lot harder to plan for it. Yeah. I don't think jamming one of them would really help. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the texture menu. Like, I don't think I can power both trampolines with this thing being blue at the moment. I don't think that's possible. I could use the other levels in order to save me one connector by connecting directly to this. But what do I do with an extra connector? I mean, like I said, the main problem is Reaver. I just don't know how I would even do this. Is the solution really that I need to send something from the other side to stop me? Is there even any good way of achieving that? Wanna know? Not yet. Okay, let's try something. I would like to see an effect. I would like to directly connect this there's also these, but I don't think there is anything to do with that. Okay, so if I directly connect this like this, then I no longer need this connector at all, which means that I can write, it only accepts cubes. Yeah, so now you have an extra connector, but no idea what to do with it. Can I place that somewhere where it helps me? Okay, I can drop it while I'm in the air. So that's very interesting. So that means I can exfiltrate connectors this way by just dropping them. It seems like a lot of cheese, to be perfectly honest. If I do that though, I can just have a single connector there, keeping this thing in the air and keeping that active. And then I can just then Lauren. Should I power both of these without this thing in the air? Because if I can, then I could use this cube maybe. In order to do that, I would need to use 1, 2, 3 for red probably. And I would need to use 1, 2, 3 for blue. So it is possible, but only if I also get this connector. I mean, might as well try it, I guess. Welcome back. Are you winning? Well, I saved one connector by connecting the level over there to this thing. I still know what to do with an extra connector though, so at this point I'm thinking about whether or not I can take both this connector and this cube out of this thing, route the lasers all the way around, and then use this cube to stop me. And I think that's my best idea right now, so I guess I will try doing that. So let's... Oh. Interesting. That is not what I wanted. Good luck, thank you. Okay, so if I just drop this connector here, then it is exfiltrated. If I just take this and drop it here, then I've also exfiltrated that. Which means I now have 2 exfiltrated connectors to connect everything. Why did I drop it? Ah, there. And there. Okay, so one of them needs to route this blue signal all the way around. Somewhere like here. And then I can... keep this one going like this. So now I just need to get the red signal all the way around as well. What's the best way of doing that? So I have one connector on the outside, Will I have one in here? This one is already in a pretty good position. I kind of need to go around this side, otherwise I won't be able to power this thing and get the cube. It is important that I do get the cube. The problem with that is can I just... No, not directly at least. What is the best way to get that around? What if I route the blue one the other way? Does that help me in any way? It would require the gemma. Then I can route the red one in here, open that door with this. Probably also needs 3 if I want to connect it this way. Also, that's the problem of crossing the beams. Which I could probably cheese. This seems like a very cheesy solution. I'm also not quite sure if I can execute it. Okay, maybe let's grab the thingy first and foremost. So the blue one is already working, so I can just put this one, I don't know, over here. Well, I kind of don't like the amount of connectors that I have in each area. I never promise that I cannot get the connectors back in after exfiltrating them. So I know always have 2 on the outside, which may not be ideal. Okay, for now I'm just gonna ignore the blue laser. And I will send the red one through this whole thing. Like this. Okay. So now the trampoline over here is working again and I can take the cube when I manage to actually grab it. Ah! God damn it. I'm just gonna hold on to it. Wait, where do I need the cube? On the inside? Okay, so I shouldn't drop it in the first place, because if I... Oh yeah, I always forget that I can press R, you're right. Okay, so now I have the cube. Beautiful. So now I need to get both of the trampolines working. Doesn't matter how, they just need to work. I also no longer need to actually power this fan. So that should make it a bit easier. Okay, so where do I power this from? This does seem like the easiest way. The only question left is how I do the GNU one in that case, but let's try around, see if this works somehow. No, of course. Come on. Okay, there we go. So now I have activated this trampoline with only 2 of them. Now I just need to somehow get the blue one all the way around. Oh wait, the red one is actually using 3, never mind. So I need to get the blue one around with 3. Not very easy. Maybe I should send the red one around the other way. From the fact is that it requires the jammer to be here. And also doesn't work. Yeah, no, this isn't a good idea. Is there a way to connect to this red thing from the outside? Oh, there is. Okay, in that case, how about I just do this? And then connect it like this. Okay, that works. So how do I get the blue one? What if I don't even need the blue one to be on permanently? What if it is enough to shoot a cube over to activate it? No, that doesn't work. Well, I mean, I can probably easily cheese this by putting a connector on this pillar or something, so that it has enough height difference not to disturb this beam over here. But that definitely doesn't seem like the intended solution. What if I just get all the connectors out of the level? I can access this beam from outside, so I could just access both beams on the outside over here. And then send them over to the other side. I mean, they still need to cross somewhere. If I do it like that. I definitely think that it's not correct to route one of them all the way through the puzzle, because then we always take way too many connectors and I won't be able to actually make it all the way if I do that. So the correct way always has to be exfiltrating them on this side, then using one to connect them and the second one to connect them to the trampoline. Which means I do need some height difference. There isn't a lot of height difference to be had. Let's set up a blue one. I think I can probably figure out a way to get the necessary height difference. Okay, I need another connector outside, if that's my plan. Actually 2 outside. Power 1 should also work. The problem is where I need to power this in order to make it work. Oh no, I don't. I can just use the cube to exfiltrate it because the fence isn't very high. There we go. I guess I can also use the cube to get stuff back in, if I need to, in a similar way. Oh! Wait, this just works. I didn't think this would be enough height difference, but I guess this little platform is more than enough. Okay, never mind. In that case, this probably is the intended way. You just, all of this just works. Yeah, so you just grab the connector and the cube from the air. You exfiltrate as many connectors as you need. So that way you can just get both of the beams out this side. And still connect them somewhat efficiently. Okay, so now both of these are working. And I'm hoping that if I put the cube here, the cube will start bouncing between the pads and will stop me. Oh, this pad isn't working because I need to... Right. I need to put the jammer back over here. Okay, nice. So the cube is now just bouncing. And if I meet it in the air... There! There we go. GG! Oh. Thank you for the GG. And thank you for the head pads. Did you solve it the same way or did you find a different cheese? Honestly, this did feel somewhat intended. Because you can use the tube to just... I've forgotten the different cheese hierarchy for another level, I see. No, but I think that this might actually be intended, because you can use the cube together with these short fences to like easily exfiltrate as many of these connectors as you need. So I think it may be intended that you do this routing, especially considering that this platform actually provides the perfect amount of height for these beams not to intersect. You know? So then you can just use red cube to stop yourself in the air. That did feel well intended, I think. But very interesting. So one star was just getting 2 connectors over there. And then routing the red all the way around. in order to keep it up. Then the second star was just to get everything out of bounds using the saffron up there and then stock yourself with the cube. Alright, I think I got everything in this world now. Yep, perfect. All 5 robots and all 4 stars. Beautiful. Anything on the terminal? Only the one that I can't access. Alright. So that concludes the second world. Then we have streamed for exactly 5 hours, which means that is a perfect moment to also stop the stream. Damn, look at all these people just standing around over here. So yeah, next time we're gonna have a look at the third world. A medium length stream this time, yeah. Alrighty. Oh. Stop game? Yes, to main menu. I know what is this medium length? No, I think there's actually a large length, a very large length. Who are we raiding? Oh, Lenny is streaming! Seems like she's back! And she's basically naked. Alright. Guess we will raid her. Ready before she's too drunk? Yeah. I'm gonna send you guys over to Lily. Say hello from me. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. As usual, our next stream is gonna be Wednesday. Movie night on Monday. See you then. Goodbye. Try to be here the next week. I can't promise much. Don't worry about it. Alright, see ya. Bye bye.